Apparently, I haven't done a camping compilation since 2020. Oh, how the years fly. So here are 35 allegedly true and scary camping stories from previous episodes for you to enjoy in one long compilation. But hey, don't forget, you can listen to this show as a podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcasting platform. Just search for Unexplained Encounters. I also own and publish 2 other scary shows, Freaky Folklore and Redwood Bureau, which you can find and enjoy on those same podcast platforms too. Now, let's begin. My Untold Camping Trip. From Amelia Y. I've never told anyone this story before, since I was scared they'd think I'm insane. I was a 13-year-old girl with rather bad eyesight. I was never an outdoor person. I liked staying inside my room, and I hated leaving it, since I always felt unsafe and anxious around everyone, family and strangers alike. So my parents decided to send me and my younger sister, who was 2 years behind me, on a 1-week camping trip during the wonderful month of August. Saying that I wasn't very happy about it would be an understatement. We arrived on the campground where I met my camp leaders. There were 3 in total, ages ranging from 19 to 22. I was put into a tent with a few other girls. We set up our sleeping bags for the night, yet none of us slept. The others were just chatting the entire night while I listened. When morning came, we were all very tired. I could tell they weren't used to staying up all night. Personally, I had a very broken sleep schedule. I would sleep for about 4 hours a week, so I was fine. Or rather, I was used to it. That day we did some camp activities, like learning how to start a fire and how to identify plants. I even saw a couple of deer. I'll skip ahead a few days since nothing happened for the next 3 days. On the second to last night to spend at the camp, I really wanted to go back home. Again, I couldn't sleep, so I was just using a very subtle nightlight to read. It barely illuminated the pages, since I was careful not to wake up the leaders and the girls in my tent. It was then I noticed how eerily quiet it was, other than my slow breathing and the pages I was turning. I brushed off this unease, this silence, and decided to enjoy it. After all, I think silence is underrated. Suddenly, the girl next to me woke up, and groggily told me she wanted to use the bathroom, but she was too scared to go alone. I mean, who wouldn't be? The nearest bathroom was at least 2 miles away, and walking those 2 miles in the woods and then back uphill would be tiring to say the least. I gave her a comforting smile, telling her I'd go with her, even though I wanted to stay in the tent in the warmth of my sleeping bag and the peacefulness of my light yellow glow of my nightlight. I twisted my ankle a day prior, and it hurt, but I didn't bring it up, and I endured it. I got out of the tent with the slightly taller girl, and I turned on my flashlight. We walked slowly about 100 feet into the woods, so we wouldn't disturb anyone. She quickly went behind a tree then and did her business, while I used my flashlight to observe the darkness of the woods. An immense amount of dread hit me like a buzz, and I thought I was having another panic attack. My anxiety became worse when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. On reflex, I pointed my flashlight in that direction. "Amelia," a familiar voice called out. My sister's voice. Wait, my sister's voice. She was 8 miles away on the other side of the campground in a cabin. I was confused. My sister could never walk that far, in the dark no less. She was scared of the dark, and her stamina was low. I turned to where the voice came from, and I pointed my flashlight in that direction. Just out of the light's glow stood a girl, just an inch shorter than me, with short brown hair and a naturally skinny figure. The more I inspected her, the more I noticed. She was skinnier than usual, actually. My sister is already very petite. You can see her bones through her skin. But that girl I saw in the forest, who resembled my sister, I could see each and every bone in her body exactly where it was, and her joints appeared broken. That was when my campmate finished her business. She came back and reached for my arm. When she made contact with me, I flinched. "It's just me," she said. Her voice held concern and emotion, but it was just her. "Amelia," my sister called out again. It seemed as if her voice was a recording getting played repeatedly. I kept looking at the figure until the girl behind me asked barely above a whisper, "Who is that?" in a questioning tone. I answered, "It looks like my sister, but it can't be her." I spoke in a quiet whisper. The girl barely heard me. "We should go," I said sternly this time, but I tried to keep my voice barely above a whisper. So the two of us did what any logical people would do. We ran. My ankle hurt so much, but I never stopped, and I could hear that thing that looked like my sister trying to catch up to us. It was fast, but we were faster. We got to the campgrounds, and we immediately got inside the tent. Only then did I realize how bad my ankle actually hurt. "Ew, what's that smell?" The girl to my left said. It smelled of rot and iron, a smell I was familiar with due to living on a farm for 8 years of my life. I quickly replied with, "Somebody probably took a dump near the campsite." I lied, knowing they'd believe me. "Probably just one of the boys." The girl replied with a tired eye roll. I smiled at her and told her she should get some rest. Everyone who had awakened went back to sleep. I stayed up the rest of the night, staring out the small opening of the window of our tent. It was still there, yet it no longer looked like my sister. Instead, it looked like my mother. A creepy smile stretched across its face. I made eye contact with it. My mother's green eyes had been replaced with a milky white. I looked away after noticing that. I kept thinking, I need to make it through this night. Just tonight and tomorrow night, and I can go back home. I was doing my best not to have a panic attack. Finally, morning came, and we went through our usual day. But, of course, night returned. That night, I tried my best to fall asleep, which I actually did. The following morning, we packed our things and said our goodbyes. I got in my parents' car with my sister when they showed up. My mother and father greeted us with smiles, asking about our trip. "It was decent," I replied in my usual quiet, monotone voice. "I thought it was fun." My little sister smiled with joy lacing her tone. It was her. It wasn't that creature, that mimic. I was relieved to know this was my real sister. We got home, and I immediately took a shower, and after unpacking, I went skateboarding, which I do to get my mind off of things. That day, I made a conclusion that I would never go camping again. My experience in the rural Oregon mountains, from Wicked Windigo. When I would hear the old adage, "right place at the right time," I'd think to myself, yeah, okay, it's all just coincidence. But after what I've been through these past 6 weeks, my mind is changing. Maybe you're put in a specific place at a specific time for a reason. As most of you know, the PNW, Pacific Northwest for those unfamiliar, was recently ravaged by an ungodly amount of wildfires. At the time of writing this, I mean. Seeing the little fire emojis dotted all over maps of California, Oregon, and Washington made my heart ache. My home was burning. Fortunately, for myself and my family, our area hadn't been hit as hard as many others. I'd planned a camping trip a few weeks prior to this pandemic of wildfires, so I was happy to see that my usual spot wasn't near any major fires, and subsequently had been deemed safe to travel and camp in. I'm a camping enthusiast, and I enjoy deep wilderness camping. My usual spot is fairly remote. It requires a 2-hour drive up a 2-lane road into the middle of nowhere, followed by a 30-minute drive up an old logging road that ultimately crests a small mountain, The mountain's slope leads into a beautiful valley, with much larger mountains encircling the valley from the north and east. In the center was a decently sized clearing. The clearing was littered with fallen logs, beautiful pink and yellow yarrow flowers, and the occasional family of white-tailed deer. This was my true happy place. This valley has a name, but I'll keep it hidden for anonymity purposes. I left on a Tuesday morning in early September. The drive to the mountain was relatively uneventful, besides almost hitting a large buck who decided to cross the road right in front of my truck. I arrived on the mountain crest on schedule and began unpacking the bed of my truck. I had just recently bought a new 2020 Toyota Tacoma. I parked my truck facing the clearing, roughly 5 feet from the edge of a small drop-off. The slope down to the valley wasn't steep, and it's fairly easy to hike down. I'd say it's about 400 to 450 feet from where I parked down to the start of the valley floor. I had my camp set up just as dusk was setting. I'd usually have a large fire going, but with the previously mentioned wildfires, that wasn't possible. I brought a small propane stove and space heater to prevent any accidents. As I finished gulping down my last bite of dinner, I noticed it was quickly growing dark. I hopped off my tailgate and made my way to my driver's side door. As I was digging in my pockets for my keys, I looked down into the valley, and I noticed something strange. I could make out 2 small circular lights in the far distance. They flickered as they quickly moved closer to the clearing. It looked as if they were hovering and navigating through the trees at a steady pace. I crouched in front of my truck, and I looked on in curiosity. I watched for a few minutes until the lights eventually arrived at the tree line of the clearing. I could hear the humming of motorcycle engines echoing from the valley. That's when I realized what I was staring at. What on earth were these 2 people doing, riding dirt bikes out here? This was the first time I'd ever seen another person out here. The lights were stationary at this point. I assumed the 2 riders were off their bikes and walking around the clearing. Although this is only speculation, as I couldn't see anything aside from the 2 bike headlights. I knew they couldn't see me as I had no visible lights on or a campfire. Instantly, I thought to grab my phone out of my glove box. Local news stations warned the public of suspicious people intentionally starting fires in the woods. They encouraged citizens to be vigilant and gather any evidence they could. In an absolute lapse in judgment, I pressed the unlock button on my keys. My truck lights flashed, and a loud beeping sound rang out. I had just given a beacon to my location to these midnight riders. In a rush of adrenaline, I threw myself on the ground stomach first. My mind was screaming, "Good going, Einstein." I could barely think as my heart was pounding in my ears. I watched as the bike lights began to turn back into the direction they came from, and eventually, they disappeared into the dark. I could hear the engines revving harder than they had before. That unsettled me a bit. As I stood up and brushed myself off, I began thinking about how odd it was. Usually people with good intentions do not run off like that when they notice other campers. These people were obviously up to no good down there. Maybe they were drug traffickers, meth cookers, arsonists. My mind was filled with all the potential threats I might have alerted to my location. I sat in my truck, mulling over my options. Should I drive home? What if they're waiting for me at the end of the logging road? Or was I just overreacting? I decided to pack up camp and spend the night in my truck and drive home first thing in the morning. After packing everything up, I drove down the logging road a little ways and backed into a small gap in the mountain face. That way, if the midnight riders decided to pay me a visit, they might just miss me. I was in full paranoia mode. I lowered my seat back, racked around into my handgun, and eventually dozed off as the adrenaline turned into exhaustion. I awoke to my alarm, with My Life for Hire by ADTR blaring from my phone. In a groggy daze, I sat up and rubbed my eyes. My phone said 6:32 a.m. Looking out my windshield, I could see thick brown smoke swirling in the wind. As I stepped out of my truck, I was hit with the intense smell of burning wood. As you've probably guessed now, there was a fire very close by. I jumped back into my truck and raced back up the mountain. From my camping spot, I'd be able to get a better understanding of the situation. As I drove way too fast up this narrow logging road, I noticed the smoke was thinning out as my elevation grew. My heart sank at the realization. When I reached the crest, I jumped into the truck bed and looked out over the valley. I could see blue skies above the mountains across from me to the north and east. My heart sank at this, as it confirmed my suspicion. I turned towards the logging road to my right. I could see the smoke thicken from that direction. I was trapped. My mind instantly went to the two riders from the previous night. I grabbed my phone, praying for a signal. Of course, no such luck. I jumped off my truck bed and threw my passenger door open. I frantically searched for my backpack. Once I found it, I ripped it apart, looking for my GPS satellite phone. I kissed it with joy when I grabbed it from the bottom of the bag. I flipped it open and thanked the Lord I had a signal. I called 911 to report the fire and request help. I chatted with the operator for about 15 minutes. The operator said she'd contact local wildland firefighting companies and attempt to get a helicopter to evacuate me. After being on hold for a few minutes, I was transferred to a helicopter pilot who worked for a wildland firefighting company that was nearby. I mentioned the valley by name, and the man said he knew where it was. He claimed they were sending a helicopter to pick me up, and that I needed to be there and ready to leave as soon as they landed. After we disconnected, I rushed to clear out my truck of any valuables. I sadly rubbed the dashboard and said, "Sorry," to my new truck, as it was evident the fire would eventually consume her. I then gradually started making my way down the slope and into the valley. After only falling a few times, I reached the valley floor. I then bolted through the trees and towards the clearing. My lungs were on fire as I neared the clearing. As I broke through the tree line, I collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. After a few minutes of lying there, catching my breath, I got back onto my feet. I started walking towards the center of the clearing. When I made it to what I assumed was the center, I glanced up at the peak of the small mountain. I could see my bright red truck sitting where I left it. Roughly 200 feet to the left of it was a wall of fire. Black smoke rose from the wall as it raced up the mountain. I turned away, not wanting to watch $39,000 literally going up in flames. I began scanning the skies, searching for my rescue. I concentrated on listening for the chopping sound of a helicopter's rotors. As I stood there listening, I heard something else that made me question my sanity. Just to my left, I could hear someone crying out. A shockwave ran through me. I stood there, unable to believe my ears. I unholstered my handgun and called back. "Hello? Is someone there?" I then began to hear muffled screaming. I ran toward the screaming, trying to hold back tears. I noticed a piece of plywood, roughly 4 by 8 feet, covered in branches and dirt. It lay on the ground with a large boulder set on top of it. I called again. "Hello?" I heard the muffled scream again. This time, it was much louder and unmistakable. Is there really someone under that plywood? I thought to myself. I rushed over to attempt to move the boulder. After struggling a few times, I managed to push the boulder off the plywood. Slowly, I lifted up the plywood and threw it to the side. What I saw is something I'll never forget. Sitting inside the small hole, which was no bigger than 4 by 4 feet, was a woman. Her wrists were zip-tied, and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. I gasped and took a step back. I couldn't believe it. What in the world was going on? The woman was frantically looking around. I snapped out of my shock and rushed to help her. She flinched as I reached out to grab her. I lifted her out of the hole and I removed the cloth from her mouth. She began to yell in Spanish and she raised her arms. I told her, "Calm down, you're safe now." I cut the zip ties that were binding her wrists. She instantly started pointing behind me and repeating, "Mi hija." I didn't understand her, as unfortunately I didn't know Spanish. I turned around quickly. Where she was pointing, I noticed 4 more pieces of plywood scattered across the clearing. I was horrified. I rushed over and began to flip them over one by one, but one by one they were empty. The woman, following me as I did this, let out a pained cry as I flipped the last piece of plywood, exposing a fourth and final empty hole. She collapsed on the ground and began to sob. I tried to ask what was wrong, but I couldn't understand her. As I tried to console her, I heard the distinct sound of helicopter rotors. I looked up to see the chopper descending into the valley. I helped the woman up and I put her arm over my shoulder as we rushed to the awaiting chopper. A man jumped out from the side doors. When we made it to him, he helped the woman in, then stopped and yelled, "You didn't tell us there'd be two of you." I yelled back, trying to be heard over the loud rotors. "I just found her. I have no idea what's happening." He then replied, "You found her? What are you? Never mind. We don't have time. Get in." He helped me into the helicopter and shut the doors. Soon after, we started to ascend. I looked down over the valley to see the fire had engulfed the peak and was halfway down the slope towards the valley. I sat back in relief. I was finally safe, but I had so many questions. The state police and EMTs met us when we landed back at base camp. I explained the entire situation, and they took the woman and I back to the station. Eventually, I was released after telling my story to 6 different officers. My wife picked me up and I was able to return home. That wasn't the end, unfortunately. Over these last 6 weeks, I was interviewed by local authorities, state authorities, US Marshals, ICE, even a pair of FBI agents. My final interview was with the 2 FBI agents. They were the only ones who gave me any real information on the situation. After retelling my story, just as I did here, they filled in some holes for me. They explained that I likely stumbled upon a human trafficking operation. When I unlocked my truck, it spooked the traffickers. He said I was lucky I hid in that gap when I did, as they more than likely went up the logging road to handle me. When they couldn't locate me, they probably assumed I'd left to get the police, so they packed up any valuable assets, including the woman's younger daughter, and started the fire to destroy any evidence before I could alert the authorities. I asked about the girl I found. The older agent informed me that she and her daughter had been kidnapped from Nicaragua. The woman claimed they were set to be sold to someone in Russia, but now she was being held in government custody until she could be returned home. He then said, "She's lucky you came along when you did. You were at the right place at the right time." I've always called it a dryad. From Shade Collins. It may not be a long story or a great story, but it happened. I've worked in construction most of my life, so I'm not much of a storyteller type, so bear with me. It was around 26 years ago. My parents had just bought me a pup tent for my monthly Boy Scout campouts because I was 14 and several of the high school kids had left me covered in bruises during the previous campouts over the last year. This pup tent was about 6 feet long and 3-ish feet high. It was a dark green A-frame style tent, with an entrance at one side with a zippered mosquito net cover, one down the middle and one from each side. There was also a rain cover outside of the tent that could be tied with 2 binding sets of straps. Whenever we'd go camping, the first thing we would do was clear the area of debris. In this case, it was sticks and long grass. We had to use lawnmowers from the Scoutmaster's trailer to cut it down. So after my first day out, I set up my little tent outside and away, maybe 15 to 20 feet from the big 8-person tents that all the other kids were sleeping in. I crawled in as there was barely room to sit upright inside of it, and just enough room to turn around in the tent without hitting the sides. I got into my blue summer sleeping bag, zipped it up, made sure my camping pack was by my feet, and I went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. Someone was messing with the zipper. I was basically alone, so hearing the brand new zipper come up was enough to wake me. I grabbed my flashlight, a mini mag light, with my right hand, and I sat up and flashed it at my feet, which were by the entrance. And what I saw made no sense at the time. There was a girl with her head in my tent up to her shoulders, with her hands in my backpack. She didn't seem to be wearing a top of any kind. The only reason I call this a girl is because it had cleavage, but my size 12 feet were in the way, so I didn't see her chest. Its skin was a pale green, and its hair was a deeper forest green, tied back into what I could best describe as dreadlocks. It took me a minute to notice, but there seemed to be leaves in the thing's hair. They seemed to be ivy leaves. Her face could be traditionally described as beautiful. Gaunt features, high cheekbones. Her eyes were like a cat's pupils, but the eye color was brown. She had dark-colored lips, not quite black, but really close. The moment I popped up with my light, she, or it, bared its teeth and hissed, quickly pulling itself out of the tiny tent. I'll never forget those teeth. They weren't humanoid teeth. Instead, they were long and sharp like a dog's. I did try to go after it, but by the time I shifted around and got out of my bag and exited the tent, she was gone, as were the contents of the snacks I had hidden in my bag. From that point on, I slept with the rest of the kids in the big tents, and we used my pup tent to hold extra gear, like people's backpacks. I know it's not a very exciting story. The whole experience lasted less than 2 minutes. Since then, I've always been wary of nature. I don't really talk about it because who'd believe a story like this, even though it does sort of haunt me to this day. Paranormal camping. From Misery 941. My step-grandparents owned a lot of property in the mountains of Morgan County, Utah. My siblings and I spent a lot of time exploring the woods there, which were right behind my grandparents' house. Skip forward 20 years. My grandparents have long since passed away, but I still spend a lot of time in these mountains camping. Since it's private property, we don't see many people while camping there. I've experienced many strange things while out there, but this is one of the strangest. 2 of my friends and I were staying overnight in a trailer we had on the property. We were just talking and hanging out. All of a sudden, we heard a very loud vibrating wind sound, and the trailer began to shake and sort of vibrate. It lasted about 30 to 45 seconds, then abruptly stopped. We all looked at each other, and I could tell they were just as confused as I was. We opened the door, and it was as calm as it had been right before it happened. There was no storm, no wind, no rain, nothing. I have no idea what it could have been. On another occasion, 2 different friends and I were hiking up to a cabin that I had found in the woods on an earlier trip. You have to climb over a gate to get to the cabin, which was still about 300 feet through thick trees. I climbed over the gate first and started walking through the tall grass that was just before the trees. Then, on the path about 20 feet in front of me, I saw a very, very large dog. The dog was all white, with long hair and very dark eyes. He was just sitting there staring at me. He didn't move or make a sound. I slowly started backing up, and I told my friend to back up also. My other friend was just getting over the fence and asked what we were doing. I told her we were trying to get away from the big dog without upsetting it. Both my friends looked confused, but backed up anyway, and we all went back over the fence. After that, they told me that they didn't see any dog anywhere. I thought that was impossible, because that dog I saw was huge and sitting right in the middle of the path. Another time, the same friends and I were gathering wood for a fire. We were on a hillside on the opposite side of the road from camp. When we looked in the direction of camp, we could see a door, a perfect door with a window and doorknob, just kind of floating at the base of some trees. All 3 of us saw this, but we didn't have cell phones, so we couldn't get a picture. These are just a few of the weird things that happened on this mountain. It's a very strange place. Camping can be fun, sometimes. From PJ. This happened during the summer I graduated high school, a few years back now. Since the end of that summer, I've moved for college. My high school was in a suburban setting, but the campus was surrounded by a good amount of forest. I joined the cross-country team in 9th grade, and that kind of developed my love for hiking and exploring. Often we'd run on the trails that were dispersed through the forest, especially behind the high school. Some of these trails stretched for many miles. I recall one day our coach was unable to make practice after school due to being sick. Our team captain told us we could basically free roam the forest that day and explore the forest in our own groups if we desired. This was the day I knew I would always have a desire to explore the unknown. My friends and I were jogging around on unused trails and came across an old shack containing various old tools and weapons. Nothing was unordinary besides the fact that there were a bunch of things like axes and daggers hidden inside the place, all of which were mostly in old and brittle condition. The area was abandoned and in the middle of the forest. No one seemed to have come here in a while. We didn't think much of it and labeled it as a good find. Later on that day, after cross-country practice, me and 2 of my friends came back to the high school to explore some more. This time, we went in the complete opposite direction of where the shack was, and ended up finding an abandoned trailer this time. The trailer would have been that sort that you would see on the back of semis. It was at that point of dilapidation and really had nothing left to offer. Yet, there was no truck in sight. That made us wonder how it got into the woods in the first place, without a clear path long enough to even transport to this location. Next to the back of the truck, a single-story makeshift-looking house that was clearly the victim of a fire sat. The place was practically crumbling and nothing inside was worth taking a look at. However, the trailer had some interesting stuff inside. Although it was peculiar finding this stuff deep in the woods, a lot of the stuff inside the trailer was either junk that appeared to be old, or antiques that ranged from typewriters to dressers that appeared to be made back in the 1900s. We labeled this as our biggest find yet, and we were really excited. That wrapped up the day though. A lot of other cool and odd things had happened in our expeditions to the forest since then, but nothing as bizarre and freakish as what I'm about to tell you. So the purpose of stating all of this was to explain how my love for hiking and exploring came into play. Since then, me and my friends have continued to go to this forest behind the high school from time to time to explore and hang out. Now, as officially graduated seniors, my friends and I decided to have one last time in those woods before we split off in our own unique directions in life. While it was a day filled with deep nostalgia and sadness, reminiscing the good old days, we also got the fright of our life. This time we dedicated the whole day to the woods. We got ready in the morning and rode our mountain bikes into the forest, bringing camping supplies and such. That day was different, as we decided we were going to camp overnight in the woods. After all, we had never done that before, and as our last time coming here together, we figured we better make it memorable. There were 4 of us in total. We told our parents we were going to stay the night at one of our friends' houses. Looking back, I kind of wish that's what we ended up doing. Anyway, we got there in the morning and found an area to set up camp. It was at the bottom of a really steep elevation, and there was a clearing at the bottom with an already made fire pit, because apparently someone had already been there in the past. There were beer cans and ammunition shells scattered everywhere. I've come to learn that this area of the forest was actually used as a shooting range back in the day. We started on our hike, and pretty much screwed around all day on the trails. We graffitied a bridge about a mile down the trail where our campsite was, writing stuff like "so-and-so was here" and such. We figured we had to document our last day, and all the other days we had spent in this awesome forest, before we all left for college. When you entered the forest, there was a main path that went straight with many side paths. The area where we camped was about a quarter mile into the trail from the high school to the left. If you kept going straight on the main path, you would eventually get to the bridge where we had our little art exhibit. To the left was where the shack was, and to the right was where the trailer was, on each of their own paths a few miles in. And if you went straight past the old broken bridge, you'd go further into the woods, where many more trails could be found that we hadn't been on completely. The day went well with absolutely nothing wrong so far. Thankfully, we hadn't run into anyone else, because a lot of the stuff we ended up doing was definitely not allowed on private property. Soon it was getting dark, and we began to get ready for our campfire. Beers in hand and memories on our mind, we had started our nostalgia trip. Things had been going great. At one point, the fire had begun to die down, and we decided to let it go. After all, the embers would stay alive for a while after, and that was all we really needed at this point. By then, it was around 1 in the morning, and we had all fallen asleep. I suddenly woke up, not knowing what time it was. Everyone else appeared to be asleep though. I didn't move much because shortly after I woke up, I heard something. It sounded like footsteps crunching on beer cans and earth. I truthfully couldn't tell if it was on 2 feet or 4 yet, but I just assumed it was an animal walking around the campsite in search of food or something. That's when I realized we were complete idiots for not cleaning up after ourselves and putting our stuff away before dozing off. But I was far from guessing right. At least I think I was. I hadn't made a single motion since I'd awakened, and even worse, whatever was near us, it was not facing in my direction. The way I was then, I was completely vulnerable to whatever this thing was. That's when I suddenly heard a new set of footsteps approaching the campsite. There was dead silence besides these footsteps rummaging around our campsite. That's when I made out whatever these things were had to be bipedal. The crickets and frogs in the area ceased to make noise. A few moments later, everything was dead silent, including the noise of whoever was in our camping area. The sounds of these footsteps stopped as suddenly as they came. I lifted my body up to look frantically around the campsite and woke up my friends. I noticed that the embers had been put out by water, which none of us had done, and smoke was gently wafting into the air. We were almost in complete darkness. I reached for my phone and saw that it was 2 in the morning now. It's as if whatever these things were knew the moment that we had all fallen asleep. The fire being put out must have happened right before I woke up. My friends were all awake then, wondering why I'd woke them all up. All I could say was I heard footsteps by our campsite, but they were audibly gone now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an ear-piercing scream shot out into the air from the path taken to get to our camping spot at higher elevation. As I looked into that general direction, I could see at the top of the trail something looking down at us. Another scream rang out. It almost sounded like an Aztec death whistle, if I were to compare it to something, yet it was much lower in tone, with an almost insect-like clicking noise to it. I nearly soiled myself. That's how taken aback I was. We were in utter shock, unable to move. That's when it hit me. Where was the other thing? It had accompanied that figure at the camp. Was it near us? I only saw one at the top of the trail. I never found out though. Whatever was at the top of the trail had now begun to skulk off further, deep into the woods, towards the bridge. All I could make out was its tall, slender silhouette. Where its eyes were supposed to be were 2 small, eerily green reflecting slits. I was scared beyond my wits. I told everyone we were going to make a run for it. After all, we weren't too far from the high school, about a 1/4 mile away, give or take. We ditched everything and ran. We decided we'd come back for anything we left the next day with a bigger group of people. We ran straight out of the woods, not hearing anything else besides our own footsteps. We all snuck into my friend's basement after that, through an emergency hatch, and stayed there for the rest of the night, making sure to lock and secure any form of entry out of paranoia due to what we just witnessed. Never in my life have I experienced something so terrifying as that. Never in my life had I seen or heard anything remotely similar to the sound of whatever it was we heard that night. We went back 2 days later and found everything there intact. However, 2 of the 4 bikes had been thrown around and scratched up. Our sleeping bags had been shredded and slung upon tree branches way up high. Everything was just a disturbing mess. The forest had resumed with its sound of nature, signifying that anything dangerous was most likely far off. Whatever was out there that night had come back in an attempt to find us again, but only found the remains of what we left behind. What I'll never know is why those things were near our camp or in the forest, and what their ultimate goal was in coming near us. I mean, maybe it could have been some sort of group messing with people, but the idea of that seems really far off. It wouldn't fully explain all the incidents that happened that night. I also learned that there was an ancient cemetery somewhere along the path if you went straight past the bridge a few miles on a discreet side path. My cross-country captain apparently found it with a few others when I mentioned the whole incident on a group chat. Maybe they were ghosts, maybe they were windigos. I really have no idea. Regardless, I still have trouble thinking about it to this day. But I know deep down that whatever happened that night, whatever those creatures were, they had bad intentions and were likely pure evil. I think a Skinwalker was following us at Philmont. From Kinda Scared 123. I'm a Boy Scout, and the pinnacle of scouting is considered to be Philmont Scout Ranch in New Mexico. Philmont is land-owned in New Mexico, where crews of scouts plan a backpacking trip to different locations over the course of many days. I'm not good at backpacking, so on this trip I expected hardship and pain, but not fear. But Boy Scouts is about expecting the unexpected, and this experience scared me so bad that I needed somewhere to talk about it and share it with others. In fact, we're riding back now to go home. I just need to get this off my chest. Things began happening around the middle of the trek. Me and a friend of mine were in our tent talking after a long day of hiking. Philmont has quite a few ties to Native Americans, so we were talking about that, which brought us to the topic of skinwalkers. My friend immediately told me to shut up and change the topic. He told me that names have power. I was kind of annoyed. I wanted to talk about that, and yet I immediately got shut down. Who cares about names anyway? I thought. This is stupid Harry Potter type stuff. Shortly after we went to bed, I woke up in the middle of the night to screaming. But it wasn't human screaming. It sounded like a deer, but all sorts of wrong. Deer are common in Philmont, and I had heard them make sounds before, but this sounded distorted and wrong. The screaming continued for at least 2 more hours before finally stopping. By then, I was on edge, but my exhaustion got the best of me, and I eventually fell asleep. The next day, we got up early and thankfully arrived early at the campsite. As night fell, I put last night's events behind me and went to sleep as usual. That night, I slept well. We woke up extra early in the next morning around 3 a.m. It was going to be a long hike, and our guys wanted to get a bit of a head start. I was late getting out of my tent and packing my bags So there was a small point in time where I was left alone in the dark, packing my stuff. Suddenly, the screaming began again. Just barely in my view, I saw a boy with a headlamp walk into the forest. I started yelling and screaming for him to turn around and go back to camp, but I was too far away, and soon his light disappeared into the forest. I don't know if these events are related, but it left me very on edge. Things were fine for a while. I'd hear the screaming every now and then, but nothing would come of it. Finally, we arrived back at base camp, and when we finished our trek, me and the guys settled in and prepared for our last night. I heard one of our crew members calling my name from his tent. He asked if I could shine a light outside because he thought he saw something through the flaps. Annoyed, I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and pointed it outside. It all happened so fast, but just as I pointed my flashlight outside, I saw a pale, white, and bony leg disappear behind a row of tents. It looked like the leg of a horse, but with an elongated human foot at its end. I was in shock. I told my friend I hadn't seen anything, and I just lay in my bed, clutching my knife. The screaming began again, and that just made the situation much worse. I got little to no sleep. I was very eager to get out of there. All that matters is that I'm gone now, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. If you could take one thing away from this story, it is that you should never taunt something that you don't understand, something that you don't want to come after you. Because I got lucky. It just decided to give me a little scare, that's all. Please take it from me though, don't mess with legends, because they might decide to mess with you. I wasn't alone on my 5-day camping trip. From Afraid of Velcro. I live in a small town in central Kansas. This happened a few weeks after New Year's. I was getting ready to go on a little adventure. This adventure of mine was only going to be a 5-day camping trip with my dog and myself, but it ended up being longer than expected, and you'll find out why in a bit. It was January 23rd, and the snow had just finished melting around my area, so I thought it'd be fun to get out of the house for a while and take a few days off. After a few days of planning and getting all of the gear I needed for the trip, I packed everything up and began my trek. I'd be hiking from my house all the way to a small mountain and back. This little mountain was about 2 days away, but I could make that trip in a day if I cut through a large forest near my house. I would come to regret that decision. Anyway, I'd brought my dog with me to keep myself company. His name is Bullet, and he's a fully grown male German Shepherd. Things didn't start to get weird until after I'd gotten to where I was camping, so I'll just get straight to the point. I had arrived at the spot on the mountain where I was going to be staying, and I decided to let Bullet off his leash to go explore his surroundings. While he explored, I began to set up my tent and trap cameras that I brought with me. I had just finished up my tent when I heard Bullet barking in the distance. His bark sounded far away, and I didn't want him to get lost, so I decided to go bring him back. I was only about 10 yards into the woods when I heard Bullet's bark, but it was somehow right behind me. When I turned around, my blood ran cold. Standing just 10 feet away from me was a giant humanoid-like creature. I'm talking at least 10 to 12 feet tall. I reached to my side to grab my Colt Python, but I remembered that I'd left it in my tent along with my other gear. I was standing there for what felt like forever when this creature opened its mouth and made the exact same bark that I'd heard from Bullet. This thing barked once more before he jumped over me and ran back into the woods. I called out to Bullet and ran back into my campsite. I know I should have left after all of that, but I couldn't just leave this beautiful place. Plus, being back at the campsite with my gun and with Bullet, I felt safer. To help myself wind down, I decided to cook some of the beans and hot dogs I brought, and I would just turn in for the night. I was just finishing up dinner when I heard this eerie scream cut right through the air. When Bullet heard this, he ran inside my tent, and I couldn't blame him. I followed him into the tent and grabbed my Colt Python revolver. I stayed awake for a while, staying attentive to the sounds around me, but eventually I fell asleep. Nothing else happened the rest of the night. Nothing else happened for the next few days either, not until my final day there. I had just finished breakfast when I saw a giant shape at the edge of the tree line. I knew exactly what it was. I didn't hesitate to grab my revolver and fire at it. It suddenly made that same scream I'd heard a few nights before, and instead of running off, like I expected, like I hoped, this thing made a growling noise and began to run towards me. When it charged us, I called for Bullet and ran into the woods with my revolver and him. I ran for a good 10 minutes when I found a log that I could hide in until I knew for sure it was safe. I pushed Bullet into the log first, and I crawled in behind him, hoping that he would stay completely quiet. We were in that log probably about an hour. Only then did I feel safe enough to crawl out of the log. Once I did, I looked around. Bullet came out of the log, and together we bolted back to my campsite. Once back, we found the place entirely trashed. My tent had been torn apart, the fire had been crushed, and the trees all around the campsite were smashed. After that, I packed up my bag and anything that was still in one piece, and I ran as far away from there as I could. After about an hour of on and off walking and running, I decided to check my map to see how far I was to the nearest point of civilization. When I pulled out my map and looked at it, I almost passed out. I'd been going the wrong direction for over an hour, and I knew that I was more lost than before. The nearest civilization was a gas station, and that was over 4 hours away. When I looked down at Bullet, I saw how tired he was. I walked around for a while, until I found this little hut next to a lake. The place was just big enough for myself and Bullet to fit into, so I put down my sleeping bag and put down Bullet a little bed and blanket. Then we hit the hay. When I woke up, I told myself that we were getting home no matter what. I hoped that that thing was far behind us, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Just as I was about to leave, I looked down the hill and saw that same creature staring back at me, as if it had been following me, watching from a distance. I pulled out my gun, firing the remaining 3 shots at it before running back up the hill. Bullet was running alongside me, but he got in front of me after a while. We walked for about an hour before I heard what sounded like voices. Relief and hope rushed over me. I ran straight towards those voices. When I found the source, I saw a group of hunters at a small cabin. They must have seen me, because they waved me over, and as I got close, I guess I looked completely shook, because they all asked me if I was okay. I didn't hesitate to tell them my story, and they all laughed. Not that I can blame them. If I was one of those hunters, and someone came out of the woods and told me that they had been chased by a giant monster humanoid thing through the woods, I would have laughed too. They laughed until that same eerie scream cut through the air again. They went quiet, and so did the woods around us. They told me they'd give me a ride in one of the trucks, and they drove me all the way back to my house. When I got back, I told my family my story too. As I unpacked, my uncle came into my room and told me he believed me, because that same thing happened to him when he was younger. After looking more into this creature and this encounter, I believe I saw the devil himself. Uninvited guest at the campfire. From Yume 130794. Romania is a country where people might get kidnapped, murdered, disappear, and so on. My parents were legitimately afraid for me and were against the idea. I had to lie to them, saying that we would stay in a hotel near the Kozia National Park, so they would get off my back. Obviously, that's not what we did. Long story short, we had to travel from Bucharest to this park, which is around 200 kilometers in, 2 hours by train. We got our immense backpacks, everything we needed, and went on our way. Nothing really happened on the train, save for the fact that the train was overly crowded, all except for our compartment, which is really rare for Romanian trains. I was excited thinking that we'd have the whole compartment to ourselves. That didn't last long, though. At a certain point, a man entered our compartment, accompanied by a beautiful German shepherd. I love all kinds of animals, cats and dogs in particular. I usually find my way around all animals, even those that don't like people. But not this dog. No. This dog was otherworldly. He looked so stiff, as if he was a stuffed animal. He would listen to his owner's every single command. I was impressed by this, so obviously I began asking the man about his dog. After all, it would be a long and awkward trip in which to have complete silence. The man was exactly like the dog. He would not contribute to the conversation and would only speak to give commands to the dog. The little information I got from him was that his dog's name is Uci Gashul, which in Romanian means the killer. It's a very weird name to give a dog. In this particular example, we would use the English word as it is, not translate it to the Romanian word, and name the dog that. But I thought, to each their own. I asked him why such a scary name, and he bluntly replied, "This dog is trained to kill. It's the only thing he likes and is good at." Now, I personally consider that a dog will grow up to have similar personality to its owner, and most of the times I would judge people with dogs and how that animal reacts to the world and to his owner. But let me tell you, these two did not give me a good vibe. I brushed everything over, thinking to myself that maybe this guy is training his dog to hunt in the woods. Then I began thinking which woods are legal to hunt in our country. While I was thinking about that, the guy out of nowhere asks us if we are traveling to the Kozia National Park. That was surprisingly accurate, considering the only time we mentioned the place was in the train station long before we found our seats, and way longer before we even met this man. Again, I thought it was nothing because in my country, people who happen to go in the same direction will try to make small talk and guess where you're heading. Of course, you can just lie to keep safe of your destination or be honest. I took the honesty route, and I'm judging myself for that now. Never be too honest with strangers, or honest at all, after hearing this story. We confirmed we're going to that place, and we asked what else there is to see around. He began talking about the area, and well, considering we knew nothing about the place, we took it all in. He told us about the woods, the vegetation, the animals we might encounter, told us about a beautiful monastery right at the bottom of the mountain that we needed to climb, advised us to visit the Lotri Shore waterfall and explore the caves behind it, and to try out the local restaurant. When this guy started talking about the wilderness and nature, his eyes glowed, as if he was experiencing a pleasant memory. But he also grabbed his dog's collar from the neck. Squeezing it tight, the collar made a loud clink sound. What surprised me was that the dog made no move, no whimper, no twitch, nothing. Just like a stuffed animal. Anyway, we reached our destination and said our goodbyes. The man waved at us, and we turned away from him to head on our way. But I turned back around right away. I wanted to ask where exactly that restaurant was. But the man and dog were no longer there. Not just that, but also their luggage was gone. That creeped me out a bit, but who cares? We were too thrilled for our first camping experience. We began walking with our backpacks on us, 10 kilos each, and reached a tunnel digging into the mountain. It looked amazing, exactly like those horror movie tunnels, which, if traveled during the night, would make your hair stand straight up. Luckily for me, we traveled during the day. It wasn't a long tunnel. We could see the end, but by the time we got to the middle of it, we heard a whimper in the distance. It sounded like a dog crying in desperation for its life. We stopped. My boyfriend looks at me with his, "Oh no, you're not going to take that dog with us," type of face, and tries to convince me to take a different route. We don't. I hear the dog and I go right towards the sound. And in the middle of the road, I see this chubby puppy with lots of white and brown circle on his butt, crying so hard and lying on the cement, looking really hurt. It was as if he had been run over by a car. I freeze, thinking to myself that our trip is over. I have to save this dog. We call for him and he looks at us, pointy ears perking up. He gets up and, like a doofus, starts running desperately to us. He was alone and afraid. We called him Rudolph, and now he was our camping buddy. About 1 kilometer further, we find another puppy, probably his sister, which we dragged from the nearby river. It seems someone threw her in the river to kill her. All wet, cold, and hungry, of course we take her with us as well. So there we were, 10-kilogram backpacks each, 2 puppies at my chest, boyfriend with the map, trying to find a spot to camp the first night. We passed by the monastery the man in the train mentioned, but because we had these puppies, we couldn't enter inside the building. The priests wouldn't allow us. So we continued walking around the property, through the gardens, until we reached the base of the mountain we had to climb. I'd like to mention that these puppies were 2 tiny little brats, because the second you put them down and forced them to walk on their own, they would slam their butts to the ground and cry. Such drama. We walk and walk and walk until we decide to stop, as it was getting late, and I was starting to feel cold. We found a spot next to a small landmark type of cottage in the middle of the wood. We call it Trojenica. It's like a scouting post but for the church, where they place religious icons or a Bible, stuff like that, inside to bring good energy to the area. It belongs to the church. It wasn't like a house, it was basically a roof with 4 small walls and an opening, not a door. You could go in to hide from the rain, for example. There was an icon inside and a Bible with pages ripped from it. Curious as I am, I opened the Bible. I was really annoyed to see that people would write down their names in it, like couples do on the trees. But on one particular page, the words, "I will find you," stuck out. This was written in red ink. Again, I thought to myself that it was probably someone who wanted to scare travelers with silly messages. I put the book back, and I gave it no second thought. We put up the tent, made the fire, and unpacked, making some food to eat. We fed the puppies, which were now cuddled up in our tent, and finally, darkness began to fall all around us. My boyfriend always kept the fire up every hour, because when it went off, it felt as if all the sounds in the woods were louder and closer to us than in reality. Soon it was 12 a.m. We're all in the tent cuddling to keep warm. The puppies wake up and they start to cry. I get up and unzip the tent and I put them out to pee. They do their business and I get them back in. They cry some more and the smallest one starts to shiver. At the same time, I hear grunting from behind our tent. My boyfriend is up too. He can hear it as well, and our fire is beginning to fade. The moment he unzips the tent and steps out, the sound disappears into the woods. It sounded like a snake slithering through the fallen leaves on the ground, but with unimaginable speed. I ask him, "Was that a snake?" He says up to this day that he can't explain what he saw, but this is what he says, that it was a slithery figure with feet that made a snort-like sound when the light hit it. The puppies calmed back down after this creature ran off into the woods. We tried to go back to sleep after we reignited the fire. It's 3 a.m. when we wake up again, and the puppies are once again fussing. The fire's nearly dead. We clearly have no idea to put up a sustaining fire, we think to ourselves. My boyfriend gets up to search for firewood, and I get out as well. I stare into the dark and I swear to God I hear whispering coming from between the trees. I look up at the sky, consider it's 3 a.m., and I hear birds being very loud and fluttering their wings. Now, I'm no expert in birds, but don't they usually sleep around this time? Well, these weren't. They were very active, very vocal, and very frustrated. I look at the fire and follow the red sparks popping out of it into the sky, and I become fascinated with something. The spark doesn't seem to die. It goes on and on, changing color from hellish red to green. This was very out of the ordinary for me, as it created an illusion hard to explain. It looked as if the fire sparks were going into the woods, creating a track for me, probably to follow. I kept looking after each spark to see when it burnt out, but none of them did. They would levitate, turn green, and flow into the woods. At that moment, I began to get goosebumps on my skin. The birds being agitated, the mysterious light pointing us to go deeper into the woods, and all the trees around us having eyes on them, by which I mean the trunks had distinguished shapes that looked exactly like eyes. I know this is nothing paranormal since someone explained that those shapes form when a branch is ripped from the root, and that's the shape that is left after. But there were so many of them, like hundreds of eyes all looking at the exact spot where we decided to camp, and all we had was that tiny religious landmark to mentally protect us. As I inspect my surroundings, I hear movement in one of the bushes in front of our tent, like 10 meters away from us. Obviously, I stand my ground but don't go near it. Suddenly, a dark, bent-over silhouette comes out of it, and half inside the bush, half outside of it, it stares at us. I call my boyfriend over, and we're both freaking out, wondering what it is. Is it a bear cub? A wolf? A pig? The creature shakes its head the same way a dog does after a bath, and I hear a distinguished clink, like a dog collar. My boyfriend manages to light up the fire really big, which scares this animal to run back into the woods, through the bush from which it initially came out. That calms us down, but not enough to close our eyes again for a while at least, during that night. Going back into the tent, after a while my boyfriend does fall asleep, and by then the puppies are sound asleep, but not me. I kept the zipper on the tent opened a little, just enough to have my eye peek through it, watching the previously mentioned bush. I think I spent a solid hour staring and falling asleep to that bush. All of a sudden, I hear a noise coming from that direction, and I immediately wake up my boyfriend, who's now peeking through the hole in complete darkness with me. What we saw next still haunts my dreams. from that exact same bush, we see a human head pop out and look towards our tent. Note that our peeping hole was small enough to not make it look like you were being watched from the inside of the tent. This head is slowly coming out of the bush, skin so white we thought it was a ghost. After that, a shoulder, and another shoulder, a full torso, a leg. Bit by bit, an entire man emerged from the bush, completely nude, lit by both the moon and our fire. What he did next was excruciatingly scary for me. He comes so close to our tent and begins to remove branches, rocks, from our fire, basically trying to extinguish and ruin our fire by dismantling it. This all happened like 2 to 3 meters from our tent. I look at the man with horror, because I recognized him, and now the clink I heard earlier from that animal is explained. It's the man from the train, with his dog too. I don't know if he followed us. I don't know if he just went the same route as us and found us and decided to stalk us, but this guy was there since 12 a.m. at least, because our fire would be dead every 2 to 3 hours. We'd be awakened by the sound of branches being cracked, rocks being moved, which we internally explained as animals crossing the land. After he successfully managed to put out our fire, he slowly crept back into the same bush, submerging into it bit by bit until only his head would be out, with a disfigured-looking mouth, looking like a moaning ghost. Yeah, you try going back to sleep after that. We didn't know what to do, so we just got back out, reignited the fire, lit ourselves some torches, and stayed near the campfire until the first rays of the sun came up. I admit I did fall asleep while sitting down next to the fire, and so did my boyfriend. But any small sound would wake us up. I was too afraid to go near that bush. I didn't need any answers or any explanations. I just wanted daylight so we could get the heck out of there. And we did. We packed our things and got the heck out of there. We had planned a 4-day camping trip, and this experience made us give up after the first night. It was a risk we did not intend to take. If that man followed us, or if it was just a coincidence, it was enough to ruin it all. As a conclusion to my story, and as advice to any first-time campers out there, never tell your location or even the area remotely close to your destination to strangers. You don't know where their minds take them and what they end up doing. Always stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings and any changes that come to you under the form of sounds, movements, changes of temperature, and so on. Always find a way to protect yourself.
It had been in the middle of September when my family and I had decided to go boondock camping. For those of you who don't know what boondocking is when you're in the middle of nowhere, with no electricity, no running water, nothing but just you and nature. My family and I were all geared up to go camping, and we drove to the Hoosier National Forest. We were already in Indiana. As soon as we got there, we went ahead and set up our tent. My sister and I had decided to go gather up some firewood in front of the forest, and we brought our dog along with us. He was a medium-sized dog, great for protection. While my sister and I were gathering up wood, we were talking and laughing as girls do, when suddenly we heard what sounded like someone walking slowly behind us. We turned around and realized that there was no one there. My sister and I looked at each other, then looked at our dog, whose hair was standing up like it does when he goes into protective mode. I kneeled down and told my dog that it was just a squirrel running across another tree. But I knew that that was not what that was. I don't know if I said it to reassure me, my dog, or my little sister, who was very scared. It had soon become nighttime, when we were all in the tent snuggled and listening to music, while laughing and joking. It had been late at night when my mother and sister had fallen asleep, so it had to just be me and my dad, and we were still awake. When we heard what sounded like a woman screaming in pure pain, as if she were being murdered, or running away from someone, or even something worse. After hearing this, my dad and I rushed out of the tent to see what it was, but we didn't see anything. We figured it had been a panther or bobcat around us, so we had gone back into the tent and stayed up some more, just to make sure that everyone was safe. An hour and a half goes by, and my dad hears what sounds like a woman screaming again, except this time it is different. When we heard the scream, it was right by our tent, and then a few minutes go by, and it was on the other side of my tent, and then in a few more seconds, it was right behind my tent. Now I know enough about bobcats and panthers to know what they sound like and how fast they can move from one place to another. And whatever this is, it was no animal. This was no bobcat or panther this time like me and my dad had thought. My dad had grabbed his rifle, and I had grabbed my 7-inch bladed knife, and we rushed outside. My dad and I looked around using our flashlights that we had. My dog had come with us, and at once again, my dog's hairs were standing up. My dad and I had seen nothing, but we knew my dog was seeing something that we could not see, and that terrified me. My dad could see that I was terrified as soon as he saw nothing, but my dad saw my dog's hair standing up. After seeing his hair like that and not seeing anything, the air goes stiff, and everything is dead silent. My dad cocks his rifle to scare something away, if something was out there. But my dad and I had known better. We knew that there was no animal there. Of course, I think he did that to make me feel better and more safe. We had gone into the tent and my sister was wide awake with fear on her face. I asked what was wrong and she said she had heard whispering behind her. But how was that possible? She was in the tent. I reassured her everything was okay and to go back to sleep. So she did. The next morning, we all moved our tent closer to some other people who were boondock camping as well. The same thing happened that night, but much worse. My parents had gone for a walk to talk. My sister and I were in the tent reading our books. Out of nowhere, we hear. I looked at my sister in horror, because it was right beside her side of the tent. No sooner than I looked at her, we both heard this very, very loud scream right behind her, as if a lady was being murdered. It sounded like she was above my sister outside. My sister's eyes widened in fear, and she ran over to me. We waited for our parents to come back. They asked what was wrong, so we told them. We all stayed up until we saw the thin light of day, and then we packed up and left. We don't know what is in the forest that night, but we know it wasn't a bobcat or a panther. We did know one thing, and that was that we would never go back to the Hoosier National Forest ever again.
The Wahila and the Windigo. From Michael. I'm a 31-year-old male named Michael. I'm part native, more specifically the Haida tribe of Alaska. Many of my people believe in the Wahila, a giant white wolf that can be good or bad, depending on your respect for wildlife. It is a guardian that protects people, but it will harm those who disrespect wildlife. Now that you have a brief understanding of what the Wahila is, on to the story. At the time, I had just turned 25 and went to go out camping with my friends. We planned to have a good night full of drinking and games. At around 11, most of us were wasted, besides me and my brother Charlie, being the only ones that weren't heavy drinkers. We were really sober. At the time, me and my girlfriend, now wife, were talking about how we were going to sneak away for some alone time. That's when we heard a loud yell coming from right in front of us. We both turned to find my friend Brad managing to slip and land face first onto a rock. He wasn't getting up. My brother got up and ran towards Brad, picking him up and checking his pulse to see if he was even still alive. We needed to get him to a hospital, just in case he had a concussion, and to treat any wounds before he gets infected. So my brother and everyone decided to drive him to the hospital, but I stayed back to pack everything up. Out of nowhere, I heard someone whispering my name. At first, I thought it was my girlfriend, who I figured decided to stay behind too. But that wasn't right. She was leading them to the hospital in her car. So, who was whispering my name? I ran to my car to grab the .45 I kept in the center console, then went back to picking everything up. But then I heard someone yelling for help. This time it was in a more distorted way, like if they were swishing nails in their mouth. As soon as I heard that yell, I knew it was a windigo. I felt like an idiot. They've been reported throughout the reservation, and now I was all alone, possibly being hunted by the thing. I run over to the fire pit, throwing more logs into it. A windigo should not come towards the light. I stayed there until the sounds of the forest came back, and I went back to packing up. But no sooner had I finished packing up, the forest went quiet again. This time, I bolted towards the fire when something pounced on my back. I stayed still and didn't dare struggle. I could hear something sniffing me. This thing freaking breathed on me, and its breath smelled rotten, as if it had just eaten sewage. Then I listened to it speak. Not afraid to bad. That's when I felt a hot stinging sensation going through my arm. I felt its teeth sinking into my arm. I screamed and screamed as it bit into my flesh. I prayed that the spirits could help. I prayed that if I did die, someone would hunt this thing down and kill it. After a while, it quit biting my arm, but instead it flipped me over to where I faced it. It was pale, paler than the moon itself, eyes red with hatred and teeth dripping with my blood right onto my face. It looked at me, seemingly enjoying the fear I showed. It smiled at me, saying, "Fear." And then it screeched in my face, through the horrid sound. I thought I heard something else, like a howl, and I think it heard it too, as it began to sniff the air. The sound then came again, a long and down to the gut howl. The Wendigo's eyes changed. They no longer showed anger and hunger, but instead fear. It got off of me. Then I heard a growl, one that didn't come from the Wendigo. It came from right behind us. I looked and saw these beautiful blue eyes, but the eyes weren't of care, they were of hatred. The howl erupted again, coming from right where the creature was standing. I turned back to the Wendigo and it looked petrified. Something behind me began to walk. I turned, and it was truly a beautiful sight. Those blue eyes belonged to a solid white wolf, and though the eyes seemed angry, they were still quite majestic. The Wendigo screeched at it and tried to run away from it, but in a flash of white, just like what had happened to me, it pounced on the Wendigo's back and bit directly at the neck, twisting and pulling up. The Wendigo's body flew over me and rolled right next to the fire pit, but it never got back up. I looked at the body and saw the head was gone. I looked back at the Wahila, whose beautiful white coat was now splashed with bits of red and the mouth covered in a crimson fluid. The eyes of anger were now fixed on me, but it never did attack me. Instead, it walked over to the Wendigo, snatching up its carcass in its mouth and walking off into the woods. I could no longer see it. I sat there in shock, and then I began to cry as I realized my most desperate prayers had been answered. I crawled over to my car, grabbing my phone and dialing 911. I requested an ambulance. As I sat there fading in and out of consciousness, I heard the howl again, deep down to the gut, as everything went black. When I woke up, there was a blinding light in my eyes. The ambulance had finally arrived. I was placed on the stretcher and brought to the hospital. I think of this experience every time my birthday comes around. Now with my own kids, I teach them to respect wildlife and respect the spirits, as I believe if it wasn't for respect I showed for wildlife, I wouldn't be around to share this story. Never believe that we're on the top of the food chain, as there are things in this world that we will never comprehend. Take this warning. There is bad and there is good in the world, but in the end, respect both, because if you don't, you will not like the outcome.
I live in a smallish college town in northern Utah, sandwiched near Idaho called Logan. My friends and I love to go camping up in the mountains to the east of town. There was one area we loved more than any called Temple Fork. We had explored the area extensively, as the town is small and there's not much to do. We loved to go hiking and shooting, and camping was oftentimes a weekend event. Even if it was just a quick overnight, that made things pretty easy since we usually kept our gear in our trucks. So we just needed to get food prior to heading out. It was Friday night, and we stopped and grabbed some small sausages, some Cheetos, and some Dr. Peppers prior to cutting up towards the mountains. The areas closer to the highway were typically well maintained, and the roads were very easy to traverse. So frequently you would get people who liked the idea of camping, those that had trailers but wanted to play loud music or watch movies. You know, enjoy the creature comforts in the wild. For us, we didn't like setting up a tent next to someone camping in a trailer. So we usually went deeper into the woods on the bad roads, where it was more backcountry. We got up there around 7 p.m. and found a site situated with its back to a hillside, surrounded and secluded by trees. Perfect. There would be no disturbing our evening with loud music. We set to work quickly as we had all camped a lot. Some guys set up the tent, others unpacked trucks, and a buddy and I started the fire. Shortly, we were all sitting around the fire as it was starting to get dark, just roasting the sausages and chatting. After about an hour of chatting, one of my friends told us to shut up. He thought he heard a branch snap up the hill. As the campsite was cloistered in trees, it was dark and there was no moonlight. We could only see what our lanterns and firelight had illuminated. We stopped and listened for a little bit, but we didn't hear anything, so we went back to talking. After only a couple of minutes, we heard what almost sounded like someone trying to quietly move through the brush towards our camp. Like you would hear a twig snap, but not like someone just marching down the hill. We stopped talking, and when we did, the noise stopped, almost like it was listening to us. At this point, we were a little nervous. We passed our theories to each other as to what it could be. There were mountain lions and black bears in this area, but how would it know to stop when we stopped talking? Mountain lions are a little skittish, but can be territorial. But we all doubted that it would be a mountain lion, because a mountain lion wouldn't approach fire and people. Mountain lions are typically pretty stealthy too, and don't like direct confrontation unless you confront them with their cubs. And a black bear wouldn't be smart or stealthy enough to sneak towards us. An elk, deer, or cow wouldn't bother being quiet. Was it a person stalking us? It didn't really make sense, as we hadn't seen a light or anything, and it was way dark. Someone walking through the dense underbrush through the pines would have a hell of a time getting to us without being able to be seen in the dark. We nervously went on talking with one ear peeled for our mysterious friend. Whatever or whoever it was got within 100 feet of the camp up the hill when we heard a really loud branch snap. I think they knew it when we knew it was there and lost all pretense of being stealthy. We were all young outdoorsmen, so usually camping included fishing or hunting the next day. So fishing rods, handguns, and rifles, and even our shotguns, were not an anomaly in our trucks. I ended up walking to my truck and grabbing my shotgun. I only had target pellets, but those can still do quite a bit of damage up close. We didn't hear it move any further. It almost seemed to be scoping us out. I racked around into my shotgun and fired into the air to see if that would get a response. Whatever it was, it tore up the mountains, not caring if we heard it at this point or not. It went from 100 feet away to several hundred in 30 seconds or less. It sounded big. The footfalls sounded heavy as it ran. I don't think it was a person. The brush and fallen logs would have made it almost impossible to run that fast in the dark. You would have eaten dirt from tripping. I don't think it was an animal either, though. How would it know to stop moving when we stopped talking? We packed up right then and there and got the hell out. We never returned to the campsite for an overnight again, but still sometimes stopped to check it out. I shudder to think what would have happened if we decided to stay overnight.
Edge of the Lake, from Limbo the Lost. I'm a 33-year-old female from Sweden, and I live in a very small town in the middle of nowhere. But there is at least a lot of very beautiful nature all around, and I love it. I have a favorite spot where I usually go camping at the least once a year nearby, at a beautiful lake pretty far into the woods. It's a popular spot for hikers and canoers, as there are several lakes connected by very little land, or sometimes streams just barely big enough to paddle through. It's a very beautiful place. I went camping there a bit late this year, as I've had and still have some back issues, so I hadn't been able to head out camping as much as I would have liked this summer. But I was determined to go out there and camp at least once this year, before it gets too cold. On September 4th, me and a friend of mine packed our things and headed to the lake. There were a surprising amount of people already there, and a surprising amount of families with kids. But in general, people willing to go this far out of their way to get here are always quite friendly. It was enjoyable, even if the kids were a bit noisy and they tripped over my tent twice. I made some food after setting up my tent right by the lake, enjoying the view, trying to take a dip, but holy crap, it was too cold. I only managed to get to the waist. I enjoyed the rest of the day just taking a nap and watching the lake, feeding some fish in the lake with some leftover pasta, just kind of enjoying nature. It was extremely relaxing, at least during the day. Once it started getting dark, me and my buddy started making a nice big campfire by a wind shelter that no one was using, as it was kind of starting to fall apart due to age. But as it was next to the tent, we figured we might as well use the fireplace already there, and some of the firewood people left for others to use. So we sat there, roasting marshmallows, lighting torches I brought with me just 'cause. Why not? And we watched the stars late into the night. Eventually, we did get tired and decided it was time to go to sleep. Sleep was something I unfortunately failed to do, due to my buddy snoring very loudly. I was kind of just scrolling on Twitter, chatting with folks, trying to just get tired enough to doze off. But at about 4 a.m., still awake, still just trying to pass time, as by now I didn't expect to get any sleep at all. I was lying there in the tent, messing with my phone, when all of a sudden I heard a loud splash right outside the tent, followed by screams. They sounded like they came from a little girl. This screaming persisted for about a minute or two, before everything went dead quiet. As the initial shock of what I just heard settled in, I finally realized, oh shoot, what if that was one of the kids that got up to use the bathroom and fell in the lake? I grabbed my phone to use its flashlight. I went outside to try and see if I could see anything, but it was so pitch black outside that the measly little flashlight on the phone did nothing. I tried getting a look around, and I even tried to point the light into the water to see if anyone was out there. But again, it was just black. I couldn't see anything, and everything was still dead quiet. I was beginning to panic a bit, still thinking one of the kids might have fallen in and was now on the bottom, and I couldn't see them, meaning I couldn't do anything to help. I decided I'd go around to the other campers, telling them what happened, to see if everyone was accounted for. That meant I went around waking people up at 4 a.m., but after explaining what happened, they were surprisingly thankful over the fact that someone was looking out for them and making sure everyone was accounted for. As it turns out, everyone was in their tents and shelters, asleep, and no one else had heard the screaming but me. Not even my buddy had woken up from the screams, even if we were closest to the lake and it happened right outside. After a while, checking on everyone and such, I really didn't know what to think, as no one was missing. Everyone had been fast asleep. Even the ones I woke up had fallen right back to sleep after that. I decided that I should probably just go back to the tent. So I did. But as I got close to my tent, I barely caught a glimpse of something big diving down under the water that had just been at the shore right in front of my tent. At this point, I decided I'd just go back into the tent and not come back out till dawn, no matter what. When I finally got back into the tent, my buddy had finally woke up, barely, and was asking me what I was doing. I explained everything so far to her, and just as I finished explaining what happened, we both heard something big beginning to pace around our tent. It kept pacing for quite a while, only once going over to the empty wind shelter, pacing around in there for a bit. Its footsteps did not sound like human steps. They were too heavy and sounded more like hooves or something similar as I listened to it clomping around on the wooden floor of the shelter before it came back over to the tent, pacing around our tent again. I wasn't about to go back out to see what it was at that point. We just lay there in silence, waiting for dawn. Once the sun began to come back up, the pacing just kind of stopped. We didn't hear anything walk away, so we just kind of stayed in the tent until we could hear the other campers beginning to wake up. At that point, it did feel safe to actually get out of the tent again. Chatting with the other campers, they hadn't heard anything, and most of them had slept through the night without any issue, with the exception of me waking up some of them to ask if everyone was okay. And again, they were actually thankful that I'd gone out of my way to check on them, even if we were all strangers. It had made them feel safe that someone had been looking out for them. But since it was none of the other campers, that leaves the question of what was in the water. what screamed, and what was pacing around outside the tent until dawn. What a creepy night. Feels like I experienced a horror movie plot in real life. And yet, I do want to get back out there again next summer. But this time, I'll set up camp a bit further away from the water.
Bigfoot Chased Me, from Madame Venom. Back in 1999, when I was 12, I liked to explore the woods across the street from my home in rural Virginia. We lived in an area that was populated, but people didn't live on top of what we call the mountain. To be honest, it wasn't really a mountain, but we were in the foothills, and these so-called mountains were higher than any other surrounding land. I would take my dogs, a golden retriever Saint Bernard, and my beagle Mix. The neighbor's friendly little mixed breed would come too, and we would go through the culvert below the road and follow the creek up to a pond at the base of the mountain. We stayed gone all day, and it was nice to not have anyone around to spoil my fun. I mostly walked and played in the creek, but sometimes I climbed up in an old deer stand to look out across the creek. It was always peaceful and serene. Sometimes I would spot deer grazing and drinking, or even rabbits and squirrels playing. One time I saw a bear. I just stayed quiet, and eventually it meandered away. I had to admit this was a great hiding spot and playground. I liked spending long days just watching nature and not listening to my dad and his friends get drunk. I spent so much time there that I got used to the surrounding noises and smells. After a while, very little ever surprised me. That fall, puberty hit, and my body changed. I wasn't happy about it, and I spent a lot of time outside trying to avoid thinking about it. The changes made me closer to being an adult, and that thought was not great. This will be important later. I should mention here that the pond itself was at the base of the mountain, and it was surrounded by trees, mostly pine trees if my memory serves me well. They were part of a tobacco farm, and a small dirt track led between another clump of trees and the ones that surrounded the pond. The closest houses were on each side of the forest, and of course, mine was across the street. The woods could be spooky sometimes, but at the time it was just mind over matter. The creek that ran down from the pond went under the trees and back in the direction of my house, and that was how I traveled back and forth. The creek that fed the pond was a mystery to me. I had never followed it very far because it led back into the mountain, and sometimes there were no paths to lead me back. One day I decided to follow the creek up and see what the source of the pond was. It disappeared into the ground a few times only to re-emerge again. I was enjoying myself because I guess I fancied myself a little amateur explorer, and my dogs trailed behind me sniffing and playing. It was unusually quiet that day, but it was cloudy and cool, so I thought all of the animals must have been hunkered down somewhere warm. I came to a place where the creek suddenly twisted around a bend of rocks and disappeared into the ground again. I looked around for the creek and saw a trickle coming out of the ground ahead of me. I walked to where it was, anticipating the newness of the find, and that's when I got an eerie feeling. It was as if I could feel someone or something watching me. Now, I don't mean to sound like a Disney princess, but the animals were used to my smell and they didn't go out of their way to avoid me. As a matter of fact, Wild animals in those woods sometimes followed me or had a tendency to get a little too close for comfort. This didn't feel like that. Not at all. I smelled this horrible stench and, honestly, it was worse than any animal corpse I had ever smelled before or since then for that matter. I nearly gagged. I was about to round the corner entirely to find the source of the smell when all 3 dogs came barreling towards me with their hackles raised and their teeth bared. And their teeth bared. That got my attention. The dogs began frantically herding me towards the pond, and when I went for the creek, they chased me over towards the dirt road. I knew that there were trees across it, but I would be at the main road within 5 minutes as opposed to the 10 it would take to follow the creek carefully. I hurried with the stench right behind me. I was 1,000% positive that this was not a skunk and not something I wanted to see. I kept going, terrified that the source of the smell was going to show up. My dogs pushed me forward and stayed behind me, growling and snapping. I began to slow my pace as I got to the main road, panting and huffing. I noticed my leg was wet. I looked down to see that I had bled through my jeans. Embarrassed and tired, I crossed the road and went inside. The next time I was at my dad's, I stayed away from the woods, but the following weekend I went back in and it was all quiet. It stayed like this for a long time until spring, and that's when it happened again. This time was a close call because I was in the tree stand when I heard loud crunching steps. I smelled that same smell and made for the road the same way with the same 3 dogs, losing their ever-loving mind. This repeated itself every month. Not long after this, my dad and stepmom split up and I no longer had access to those woods. I grew up and moved on, but I never understood what was going on until I watched a special on Sasquatch. The show described how women were sometimes herded by what Native Americans described as Sasquatch. When I put it all together, I wondered if puberty had somehow alerted the thing to me, not to mention my bright red hair. I'll never know for sure, but every time I look at the mountain, which is nearly every day because I live in its shadow, I remember that something chased me and it smelled awful. It sent my dogs into a panic.
Stalking a Satanist. From Anonymous. I like to go hiking and camping often. I've always liked the outdoors, and I take any chance I get to get out into the wilderness. My friend and I had planned to hike for 3 days into the mountains and 3 days out, a 6-day trip total. Day 1 was very normal. My friend and I started at the bottom of a valley, and we planned to camp at the top of the mountain before us. We made it to the top at about 8 p.m., and we prepared for the night. I gathered firewood, and my buddy cleared out the area where we'd be pitching our tents. It was mostly quiet until around 10 p.m. A few elk cries came from the forest. This didn't bother us because on trips we've taken before, we've heard these cries. After about 15 or 20 minutes of these cries, which were about 5 to 15 seconds apart each, we heard a horrible screeching sound. We both figured the scream was the scream of a cougar. After the cougar screamed for 7-ish seconds, it was silent again. The entire forest was quiet. This was kind of weird, but not worthy of losing sleep over. The both of us slept like rocks that night. In the morning, we ate and packed up, beginning farther into the country. After walking for about 2 hours, we came across the most bizarre and terrifying sight. Some sort of gantry was hanging from the trees. The heads of elk were strung up, hanging around the head of a cougar. This gave a whole new meaning to the sounds we heard that night. We decided to hike a few kilometers east of that location, then continue north. When we stopped for lunch, we saw a dark mass on a hill in front of us. It looked human, but they were dressed in dark, cloak-like garments. It's important to know that where we were hiking, it's not a designated area for hiking or camping, so there's no reason for someone without proper equipment to be all the way out here. We wondered if this was the person responsible for the elk and cougar gantry from earlier. We decided to pack up fast and follow them. Neither of us were hunters or trackers, but we watched enough YouTube and movies to get the right kind of idea. We made up about 2 kilometers and could see them in front of us. We were now on the back side of the hill we saw them on earlier. They were sitting on a log with what looked to be a knife in their hand. We ducked behind cover to observe them. They were sitting so still that it was weird. After about 45 minutes of just sitting motionless, a deer walked right in front of them. Then, out of nowhere, the cloaked figure jumped on the deer, stabbing its neck and killing it. They pulled out some string or wire and began to hang the deer from the tree. Wanting to give them the benefit of the doubt, we assumed that it was some sort of old native hunting technique. Then the figure went back to sitting still. We continued to observe from cover. After about 3 hours, a man came from the northern side of them and the deer. Soon after that, a few more people came from the same direction. They began to make marks in the ground, starting to chant. By this point, we were both terrified. All the people except for the first original cloaked one stabbed themselves. We knew for certain then that there was something truly wrong happening. I pulled out my satellite phone to call the police or Fish and Game warden, anyone that could help. I explained everything that happened to the police while my friend continued to watch. The police tracked my phone and said help was on the way but would not be there for a few hours. It was then we saw the original cloaked figure, the last remaining one now, beginning to eat the ones who had offed themselves. We left right then and there. We must have made too much noise getting up, because we heard that figure scream some curse at us and begin to walk towards us. By then, it was probably 1 kilometer away from us, so we just kept booking it. After another minute or so of sprinting, and about half an hour of jogging, then 2 more hours of walking, we were at a vantage point, and we looked back. There was a torchlight about 2 to 2.5 kilometers behind us. It must have decided not to run after us. After all, we had a head start to begin with. A few more minutes of jogging later, we heard a plane. Quickly, we pulled out mirrors and began to reflect light at them to try to signal the plane. They saw us. It circled us, and then a few minutes later, a helicopter came to us. The distant torchlight stayed still for the whole time the plane was circling us, and during the helicopter's landing. Then the torch started to cower and turned back towards the ritual site. The helicopter landed and picked us up. They tried to track the figure, but somehow lost them. They did find the dead bodies and began an investigation. Statements were taken. Because someone else had witnessed the torchlight, the law enforcement did believe our story, at least somewhat. All in all, my buddy and I were safe and down $5,000 each for the helicopter evac. I would much rather be out $5,000 than be killed for some ritual. To this day, I believe they were some kind of Satanist, upset that we had witnessed their ritual.
Antlers in the Woods, from Anonymous. I was 17 when this happened. My family and I live in the woods of Colorado. I was going on a hunting trip with my dad. I always loved hunting with my old man, but This experience scared me out of the woods for a while. We were heading to our hunting spot. We even brought along some camping gear to spend the night. When we got there, we unpacked our stuff and set up camp. When that was done, we started to hike down the trail and were hoping to hunt a buck or an elk, and that'd be pretty awesome. Anyway, while we were walking, we heard some howls from wolves and coyotes, but we weren't worried about them. We were worried about encountering a grizzly bear, but if we did, we'd have just fired off a warning shot. When my dad and I reached the top of the mountain, we gave out some calls to try and attract something. A few minutes of waiting later, we heard elk, but they were only females, no males yet. We continued down the trail calling out, but then my dad stopped me. We saw antlers on a tree stump. My dad thought that another hunter must have been there before us, but in my mind I was thinking, what kind of hunter leaves antlers behind after he's made a successful hunt? Whatever the case was, we continued walking, and as we did, we kept seeing more and more antlers, both deer and elk. I told my dad we should head back to camp, and he agreed. As we made our way back to camp, I started to feel like something was watching us, but I looked around and there was nothing. A few moments later, we saw a male elk. We both hunkered down and I raised my rifle. I took a deep breath and then pulled the trigger. It was a direct hit right in the heart. When we got to it, it was already dead. So we went through the process of, well, you know. Then we made it back to camp and started to cook dinner. When my dad finished preparing our meals, we sat down and started talking about old memories while enjoying the sounds of nature. After a while, I brought up those antlers we saw earlier. My dad said he doesn't know why anyone would leave antlers behind. Then suddenly we heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the woods. We didn't see who or what was making the noise clearly, but I did see antlers. But the weird thing was they were 8 feet off the ground and I could make out glowing eyes. My dad looked in that direction and froze. Suddenly the creature came out of the brushes and we saw its true form. It was like no animal I'd ever seen. Its skin was gray and almost rotten, like bone being covered by skin. It had long arms with very sharp claws and a head that looked like the skull of a wolf with pointy human-like teeth. It roared at us, and my dad and I grabbed our guns. We immediately started shooting at it. It screeched in pain and charged at us. We made a run for it into the woods. As we were running, we could hear that the thing was right behind us. We kept going, and then hid behind some large rocks. We stayed as quiet as we could, just hoping the thing didn't have a good sense of smell. Then we heard it run by us. We waited for a minute, then decided to run back to camp. When we got there, we packed up everything as fast as we could and quickly left the area. We made it home before it got dark, and we ran inside. My mom saw us and asked what happened. My dad lied and said we encountered an aggressive grizzly bear. Later that night, we went to sleep. I was still shocked about what happened, and I just couldn't get my eyes to stay shut. Nothing else ever happened, and we never encountered that thing again. but I firmly believe that what my father and I saw was a windigo.
Possible Skinwalker. From Caitlin S. This sighting happened on 2 occasions. The first incident happened about a month ago. I live in Georgia, and it's a quiet town. I was looking for a hiking trail for me and my boyfriend to go on. I'd found an area on a road called Morgan Road. This trail is kind of sketchy, but it is in the rural part of town. The trail itself is nice and pretty, but once I got out of the car, I felt like something didn't want me there at all. I was paranoid, looking around and listening. Still, the hike was okay, besides the major feeling of being watched. I saw the end of the trail eventually, and I was so happy. But then, I heard it. A loud rustle to my left. I saw something big. I ran as fast as I could to get out of there. My boyfriend was confused, and later he told me that he did see something big, bigger than the white-tailed deer we have around here. That's the end of the first encounter. The second one was more recent. This happened yesterday. We decided to go back to the same trail. Once again, when I got out of the car, I felt as if something didn't want me there. The feeling was ominous, and I felt like I was about to get jumped by something. Then I heard it, some sort of screaming. My boyfriend said it could be a rooster, but I know what a rooster sounds like, and this wasn't one. This was more like a human screaming, but it wasn't that either. It was off in the distance, but then it seemed to get more in front of us, but somehow still far away. We decided to keep on walking. Soon I began to hear rustling close to my left. It might have been a squirrel, but that feeling of something full of hate being out there with us was still present. My heart pounding and my blood running cold, I said, "We should go back." And my boyfriend agreed. We did a light jog back to the car. It took us a while to calm down. I told my boyfriend about the feeling I had, and he said he'd had the same feeling. We then made an agreement to never go back to that trail again. The Uninvited Camper, from D3MOV. It was back in summer holidays of 2018. My friend and I went to a scout camp. We were scouts back then. As with most every scout camp, this one was set deep in the forest near a lake. Said lake was in Poland. It's called Saino, and the nearest city is Augusto. Scouting was really fun when we were younger. We were taught basic survival tips and discipline. Apart from that, we met a lot of nice people in the community of scouts. As we got older, it became less and less fascinating, eventually leading us to leave. The truth, though, is that if we didn't experience this strange event, we probably would have left a bit later. So the camp itself seemed to be normal as usual. There were a lot of activities throughout the day, so normally we would fall asleep quite fast after being exhausted from a long day. The only time that people could admire the silent and pitch-black nights in the middle of the woods was the night guard. Every night had a different pair of 2 scouts chosen to do the shift, which lasted until 6 a.m. The tasks on the guard included checking the campsite now and then. After some time, though, people which have had their night shifts done started to tell us about weird sounds of sticks cracking on the forest floor all around the camp itself. A lot of these complaints would be ignored, as the scoutmaster would say it was just the sound of the woods, vegetation, small animals, and such. Of course, back then we believed him, until it was my turn on the night guard. The aforementioned friend and I were the ones to take the night shift that day. We went to sleep early and prepared warm clothes and a flashlight. It started at 12 p.m., and everything seemed to be going normal, until the strange cracking noise that others told us came about. It must have been 1:30 a.m. It was pitch black, So we turned on the flashlight and pointed it in the direction the sound was coming from. But there was nothing there. No animals, no people. We brushed it off and reminded ourselves of the words of our scoutmaster. Yeah, it probably was just the sound of the woods, I reminded us. It went quiet for a while, but the sound came again sometime later. We tried to remain calm, and so we did until the crackling noises got closer and closer. My friend, who I'll refer to as Kate, froze and looked like she was trying to hear something. I asked her, "What do you hear?" What she replied sent shivers running down my spine. "I hear whispers." Who or what would be whispering in the middle of the night, middle of the forest, when everyone was supposed to be sleeping? Then I thought that maybe Kate was just pranking me, so I tried to remain calm. We continued our shift looking around and doing our night guard duties. We were talking about which school we'd choose, as the holidays were nearing their end. The chat continued until we noticed that behind one of the tents, the branches had moved. Kate and I looked at one another, creeped out, and decided to investigate. We went there from two sides of the tent, me on the left and Kate on the right. I began scanning the surroundings for anything when I heard Kate gasp. I quickly went over to her and asked what was wrong. She replied, "I think I see a man standing over there." I immediately began thinking that it could be just some intruder, a homeless man, or just some lost guy wandering around the forest. I asked, "Where?" She pointed in the direction she had seen him, but I didn't see anyone. We got back to the log where we were previously sitting, but on the way I felt the need to use the bathroom. So I headed in the other direction, letting her know we'd meet up at the log. I went a bit deep into the trees to have some privacy away from the camp. When I got back, Kate was gone. I called out in a whisper, "Kate! Kate! Where are you?" But there was no response. Then I heard footsteps and thought it was her. When I turned around with the flashlight in hand, I saw a man. He was pale, with soulless eyes, all wet. He whispered, "Help me. Help me." I quickly ran away, my heart pounding, when I stumbled into Kate, who said that she had gone to her tent for a moment. She asked me, "What's wrong with you?" She must have seen how panicked I was. I answered, stuttering a bit. I think I saw the man you told me about." She looked behind me and froze. He was still standing there, still all wet, looking at me with those lifeless eyes. She screamed, waking up the whole campsite. The scoutmaster got to us, shouting, "What's going on?" And we began to explain everything. Of course, he didn't believe us, and we even got punished for waking up everyone. But other scouts, the ones who were on the night guard before us, seemed to believe us. After getting back home, I got a message from Kate, which said, "Oh my God, you need to see this." Then she sent me a link to an article from 2012. It was about two brothers that drowned in the very same lake, near the very same shore that the camp sat. The police report said that the older of the two, a 36-year-old man, most probably wanted to rescue his brother, who was drowning. He jumped in, clothes and all, in a hurry, leading to the death of both of them. I was in shock. Could this man be one of the brothers? Could it be his ghost? Or was it just some random creep? I don't really know, but that event made me quit scouting earlier than I thought I would. Don't go to Elk Island National Park. From Drift. I live around the Edmonton, Canada area. This took place 2 years ago. I was 17 years old at the time, and I had become curious about alleged skinwalkers in the Elk Island National Park area. Knowing the people in my school who talked about it, I knew this could probably just be a rumor from some drunk teenagers thinking a deer was a skinwalker at night. Either way, me and my friends wanted to see if the legends were true. To this day, I don't know why I let myself get peer pressured into this after my friends called me a chicken. Keep in mind, I was 17 at the time, and somehow being called a chicken got me to go on the most regretful trip of my life. So we decided before class started that me, and for this story we'll call him Tom, would sneak through a hole in the gate. I walked past this area. While the hole was very small, it was big enough to get in. We were going to sneak in our friends who were 19 and had their permits to camp at the local Canadian national parks. They agreed to help us get in. Now, at this camping trip, my 2 friends that were going to help us get in already found a good area where they wanted to set up camp for the night. It was about 2.5 miles into dense woods. This was followed by a nearly invisible path that curved to the right. Believe it or not, it was even more dense than the main road that could barely fit an average car. The only thing telling us it was an actual road was a sign that said, "Deer ahead." The whole idea sounded sketchy to me. At the rate we were going, we would get to our spot in less than half an hour. They were speeding through the woods in one of the most bumpy roads I've ever been on. Unsurprisingly, the car soon broke down, right as we got to the side path. This meant we had to walk the rest of the way. One of the friends tried to pull up his GPS on his phone, so we would know where we were going. But his phone didn't turn on. I asked, "Do you know where we're going?" And he seemed not to hear me, or he ignored me, because he whispered to himself, "I swear I charged my phone before I left." We all stopped to look around us. We could feel we were being watched. Then suddenly, we heard footsteps around us. The sound of dry sticks being cracked in the silent forest made me afraid for my life. We also couldn't see the thing that was doing this. But then it all stopped. It seemed like we all thought the same thing, because at the same time we all ran back to the car. As we were running, I could hear the sound of something running behind us. Then I heard Tom's voice. "Help!" Soon I heard the voice again in the far distance. "Stop!" It faded really fast and was coming from deeper into the woods. A sudden surge of courage came over me. I turned around to where I heard the voice of my friend. While running, I heard nothing for a while. Then I took a break on a log. But then I heard Tom's voice calling for help again, and it wasn't far from me now. I ran over to the voice. I was soon greeted by a large clearing which was illuminated by moonlight. I heard Tom again saying stop, but this time it sounded gurgly. But it also sounded distorted. I looked all around me, but I still didn't see anything. I knew at this point whatever was trying to get my attention probably wasn't actually Tom. Then right behind me I heard, "Do you know where we're going?" It sounded more like me this time. Then it said again, "Do you know where we're going?" This time it was more deep and distorted. Somehow I managed to get the courage to turn around, and I saw the most horrific thing I've ever seen. There was a creature there on all fours that had a normal right arm but slightly bent, but the left arm was completely bent the opposite direction that an arm is meant to. Its left leg was missing a foot, but the right leg had a stump with a weird wolf-looking paw. Its glowing yellow eyes looked into mine, then it stood up. I'm 6'1", and this thing was overlapping me by about 2 feet. That's when I saw the dark red substance dripping from its jaw. While we stared at each other, it opened its mouth and said, "Help!" Its mouth moved like a puppet, unnaturally. Its voice was much too deep to be Tom's. I was frozen, but it said one more thing that gives me goosebumps even still. "Leave now." I swear it carried the sound of the W and now for an entire minute. I said nothing, then ran off back towards the direction of the road. When I found the road, I saw that the car was gone. They must have gotten in it without me, gotten it working somehow. This left me having to walk the most horrific walk in my life, but by then all the sounds came back, the crickets, frogs, all making their usual sounds. This gave me comfort. What I saw in that forest, I cannot explain, and the terror I felt cannot be described. After that day, I would love to say that I moved on, but the memory of that thing will never leave me. Just remember, if you're going to camp or visit Elk Island National Park, you've already made a big mistake. Possible alien encounter from Mr. Anonymous. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to assume anything, but here we go. A couple of weeks ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in our backyard, like we've done numerous times before. We were drinking some wine by the campfire and making s'mores. We decided to retire into the tent around 2 a.m. I had managed to set up a TV and PS4 so that we could entertain ourselves before going to sleep. We cuddled, and she fell asleep around 2:30 a.m., and I fell asleep shortly after. I woke up around 4:30. I needed to use the bathroom pretty bad. I didn't want to wake my girlfriend up though, as the zipper to the tent was kind of loud. So I used a bottle to the right of me. I turned to go back to sleep when I noticed that my girlfriend was gone. I'm startled and immediately worried. I call out her name, but I don't get a response. I threw on my shoes and grabbed the flashlight, fast as I could, then ran out of the tent looking for her. She has walked in her sleep before in the past, though not since we've been together, which has been 2.5 years, so this was odd and sudden. I couldn't find her in the pitch blackness of the yard, so I ran to the downstairs sliding glass door and began to yell her name. Finally, I hear her voice from upstairs. She's yelling for me, asking if everything is okay, as my voice sounded really shaky. I asked her why she just up and left me in the tent like that, but she said, "I didn't. I have no idea how the heck I got inside, let alone on the futon upstairs." I called bullcrap, because if you sleepwalk, you don't close the tent zipper back up and close all the doors behind you. We went to go look for her phone because she had no recollection of even going inside the tent, even though she had only had a half bottle of wine. We aren't lightweights in the least. It usually takes a bottle and a half each for us to get drunk. I searched around. We managed to find her shoes, phone, and glasses inside the tent. I don't know what happened, but I know that's not sleepwalking. I've seen people do that before, and she's done it in the past. It's nothing like she's been through before. I also want to point out that I'm a very light sleeper. I would wake up to the slightest noise. Quite annoying, actually. So I would have heard her get out of the tent, especially the rustling of the sleeping bags. Yet her side was made perfectly. Like instead of getting out of the sleeping bag, she had simply vanished into thin air and reappeared in the house. Also, one last thing. My girlfriend reminded me about that night, that it was the only night we had slept without our dog or cat in the tent with us. So if something had wanted to take her out of the tent, perhaps it was feeling a bit more brave. But who knows? Thanks for listening, and I'd like to hear what you think may have happened. Goatman in Jamaica. From my Instagram is Jose_fa. I was 14 years old. It was Saturday, and we were going camping in one of the more rural parts of Jamaica. I won't name the place for privacy reasons. Now, I'm 5'3" and have a medium frame build, and we were going from where we lived to about an hour and a half worth of driving away. I'll read the rest of this in present tense at the request of the author. When we get there, we get our stuff from the truck and begin hiking to find a good spot. We come across a nice, calm, crisp-looking stream, so we decide to get some dinner right away. About 2 hours later, we pack up and start moving again. By now, it's about 4:30 p.m., and we find a good enough spot to set up camp. All of a sudden, though, we pick up this awful, pungent smell. It honestly smelled like expired sour cream and rotten eggs mixed in a toilet that hadn't been cleaned for years, then left in the sun. And it was close. I feel chills go down my spine and a wave of dread rush over me when I hear the shrillest, most ear-piercing screech I'd ever heard in my life. I grab the sawed-off double-barrel shotgun and run inside the tent, but I manage to fall asleep soon, despite it only being 6 p.m. At about 2 a.m., I awake to the sound of a branch snapping, and to make matters worse, I had to use the bathroom. Now, I'm a horror movie enthusiast. I knew all too well what not to do in situations like this. So I lie still with the double barrel still in my hand, ready to fire if I have to. Fast forward about 10 minutes later, when I hear my uncle scream. I quickly wake my dad, who is sleeping next to me, and slowly walk out, thinking he's just playing a trick on us. Or hoping, I guess. But nothing could ever prepare me for what I see. This thing was at least 8 feet tall, and it exuded the same smell I described earlier. It has 2 horns sticking out of its head, and it stands on 2 awfully man-like legs. I was assuming I was in heck, looking at the devil himself. Within no more than 2 awfully long seconds, I fire at the thing's leg. It jolts back in a way that is human-like, a little too human. Then it happens. This creature turns around and acknowledges us, almost as if it wants to speak. And by God, I swear it does. I don't exactly remember what it said, but it speaks in a deep, raspy, manly voice. I remember it having hellish red gleaming eyes that stared through my soul. I fire again, this time into its back, which seemed to be covered with white, dirty, disgusting-looking fur. After 5 seconds or so, the creature runs off into the woods, leaving a trail of what appeared to be blood. I look over at my uncle. He's almost in tears. As for my dad, he's just frozen. I don't know how I'm not as well. We all stay in one tent, packing things up, planning to book it back to the truck as soon as the sun comes up. After about 7 hours, the sun finally comes up, and we all do as planned. When we get to the truck, we start it and drive out of there like a bat out of heck. On the ride home, we don't say a word, not until we get home. You'd think the story ends there, right? Well, not all fairy tales have happy endings, I'll tell you that. About 2 weeks later, we go down to the countryside to look for my aunt, uncle, and cousins. The drive was about 3 hours away from where we lived, so we go to spend the night with them. When we get there, we see them all standing on the front patio, waiting for us with a look of joy on their faces. Now, this place was about 5 acres of empty woodland area, but it had great lighting around the house from the LED solar-powered lights. Anyway, after about 10 minutes of talking and catching up, we all go inside and make our way to the bathrooms to freshen up. When I'm finished, I get out and make my way to the room I'm staying in. When it's about 10 p.m., I decide I'm going to bed. I say my goodnights and go up to the room. It's dark, and I don't bother to turn on the light. I just go straight over to the bed and tuck myself in. I hear the door open at one point, but brush it off as my cousin's coming in. About 2 hours later, Mario comes in, turns on the light, and screams. I'll never forget the look on his face when I ask, "What's wrong?" He looks as if he had just killed someone, accidentally. He's in total awe, because the thing that had been in the room with me was not my cousin. It was the thing we'd seen before, and we both are now watching it walk to the open window, descend, and walk away into the woods as if nothing happened. It moved so human-like, so disgusting, so purposefully. Everyone runs upstairs and asks what happened. We finish telling them the story, and Brian simply says, "Goat man." Fortunately, this was the last time I personally had an experience with this creature, and I hope it remains to be the last time. But sometimes I wonder, what would have happened if I had turned on the light, or if Mario didn't come in when he did, or if he had laid down next to this thing without bothering to turn on the light himself? I'm glad I don't know. It screamed from the Night Runner. I live in Minnesota, but I went to Wisconsin for a Boy Scout camping trip. We were going to Tomahawk, which is what the Boy Scout troop camp is called. I thought it'd be fun, but that feeling was about to change when on the 3rd day I was going to the store just for a souvenir. I bought a hatchet. As I was on my way back, I looked for my friend Thomas, but he wasn't around. After giving up on looking, I went to head back to camp. Mind you, by then it was dark out, and I had no source of light, just some people in the distance. I cursed in my head about my friend just leaving me there, wondering why he did. After about 5 minutes of walking, I hear this faint scream. It was distant, but it was just eerie enough that I wanted to start running. But then the scream got louder, closer. Even though I thought I would be at camp by now, it scared me out of my skin. Then came a growl right behind me. Without thinking, I looked behind me. I saw something. It was paler than gray, kind of a whitish tint. Its face still gives me night terrors just thinking about it. I heard it crashing through the forest. Eventually, and thank God, I made it back to camp after running away from it. In my panic, though, I did end up tripping over a root. I fell, causing myself to bleed. My scoutmaster came and helped me up, and my friend ended up getting in trouble for leaving me. But, end of story, I still don't know what the thing was, and I still have no idea how it was capable of traveling a few hundred yards in a few seconds, because I know the scream wasn't that close, and then suddenly, it was growling next to me. If you have any clue, let me know. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Pat. It was 2009. Me and my best friend B were camping in the backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up on a couple of acres of land surrounded by roughly 1,500 acres of farmland. As we were camping and YouTubing skateboard videos, we began to hear coyotes off in the woods to our left. This is really common where I'm from, and generally they don't bother us. The coyotes were yelling and being loud, but then they just stopped making any noise at all. This was the first thing that really had us on edge, Then, out of nowhere, we hear a different noise. The sound of a large dog sniffing right outside our tent. We were pretty freaked out, as this was the closest a coyote had ever been to us. But then, a large human-like hand lays itself on the tent door where we could see it. We were just silent, too afraid to do anything. We sit there, wondering what on earth we could do. Out of nowhere, something huge begins to crawl underneath the tent. I'm not sure why it was so desperate to get under it. The whole time it was growling viciously too. My friend grabbed the hammer we used for the tent stakes, and all at once, he starts to hit the thing where he felt the head was. Instead of a yelp, like any dog would, this creature growled even worse. It sounded demonic. After hitting it a few more times, we ran as fast as we could through the tent door and across an acre yard through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced behind us, I saw this massive shadow following close behind. Maybe I didn't look long enough at it when I glanced, as I didn't make anything out more than a black silhouette. Then again, it was dark and in the middle of nowhere. We get inside, and that's really where the tale ends. I remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. Sure, I'm not entirely certain it was a skinwalker, but that's what comes to mind, as it sounded like and behaved like a large dog, but its hand was definitely shaped like a person's. But I know it wasn't human. Shapeshifter in the Mountains. From Anonymous. This crazy event took place in the Blue Ridge Mountain region of South Carolina at a fairly popular but very secluded campground right off of the Chautauqua River. It all started when my mom and dad, along with their best friends, another married couple, Stacy and Stephen, decided to go spend the day on the river. To get to the river, you drive through a town a ways up the mountain and eventually go down a road that turns to gravel for a couple of miles, with a parking lot at the end. Then you walk along a trail from the lot about a half-mile to the river. There's a big rock everyone always chills on in the river, and that's where they decided to go for the day. Well, Stacy ends up getting trashed drunk from a cooler of beer she brought. She was a pretty big woman and liked to drink. She ends up jumping in the river and floating out of sight. It's about midday at this point, so my mom and dad and Stephen go looking for her. It takes them hours, but they end up finding her down the river assaulting some girl at a campsite in a drunken stupor. My mom gets her off of the girl and apologizes. The campers are chill and let them go. By this point, it's getting dark fast. Now, I don't know how they got separated, but they did. Stephen more or less had to drag Stacy back to the car at the lot, and my parents got left behind and were separated when it got dark. By some miracle, my dad crawled back to the gravel road through the forest and ran back into Stephen and Stacy, but my mom was left behind in the pitch-black mountain forest. My dad yelled out for her and searched for a long time before he just started crawling out, and he never found her. It's the middle of the night by then, and they know they couldn't find her in that kind of darkness, so they all came back to the house. Yeah, my mom got left miles in a forest in the parkway all night all alone. But as soon as we knew day would be breaking soon, we left the house to go looking. It was me, my dad, Stephen, and my good friend at the time, who happened to live with us. We'll call him Alex. We were heading up there in Stephen's Isuzu Trooper. Stephen was driving. Dad was in the front passenger seat. I was behind Dad in the back seat, and Alex was beside me. We made it to the gravel road leading to the lot, and the sun was peeking in the trees now. We were on a good straightaway. Suddenly, we see something ahead on the side of the road shuffling around. It looks like a small possum-like creature, maybe the size of a basketball. It has off-white fur, and it was kind of shaggy. We all had our windows down at the time. It was summer and it was pretty warm after all. Our little group was speculating on what it could be, but we assumed it was just some little forest critter. Nothing too striking, so we didn't think much of it. We were going maybe 15 miles per hour, and we came up to it about 20 yards away, and I'm looking right at it at this point as we approach. The next thing I know, right before my freaking eyes, this little ball of fur just kind of jumps and spins and morphs right before us into this fairly large anomaly of a creature. It was maybe 3.5 feet tall and hunched with large padded feet and legs, similar to a kangaroo, and a long hairless tail like a giant rat. Its body was fairly stocky with thin arms held tightly to its chest, but I could see little black hands with claws. And yes, I mean hands, not paws or anything like that. Not quite human, but hands with opposable appendages. Now the head was the freakiest. It was like a greyhound dog head, with lots of tiny pearly teeth and a thin snout, but all its skin was black and its body had thick black matted fur. Yet the head had neatly kept dreadlocks bouncing off the top of its head between pointed ears and nearly hairless face. But like I said before, it was similar to a greyhound dog head in shape and size. This was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. I can't even explain how it made me feel, not evil, but supernatural, definitely intelligent. The whole scene was just surreal. It looked at all of us as it matched our speed. We all freaked out and gawked at it as it hopped beside the car. Oh yeah, it was definitely hopping, extremely fast. Steven sped up to about 50 miles per hour, but it just stayed beside us, seemingly effortlessly. It was on mine and my dad's side. I got a good look at it. Its eyes were like red beads, but glowing like an LED light in the day. It appeared to smile, showing teeth a little from its greasy snout. After maybe 15 to 20 seconds, it bounded in front of the car and disappeared into the forest, like a freaking kangaroo rat dog, whatever the heck it was. It was absolutely wild. After that, we were all in shock and awe and far more eager to find my mom. Steven and Dad were tripping out by then. I was just like, holy crap, I couldn't believe what we saw. And Alex never said anything. He just had wide, confused eyes. Well, we found my mom later and all was well. She had hunkered down in a stump hole overnight with a shirt over her head. She was teed off for being left, understandably so. So yeah, me and 3 other perfectly sane men saw a small furry possum-like creature jump and morph into a monstrosity of a beast right before our eyes. And now, I believe in shapeshifters. To put the icing on the cake, I saw the darn thing a couple of weeks later right up the road from my house. My sister was with me in the car that night. She freaked out and told everyone else we'd told the story to that it was indeed real. I live almost an hour from the mountain spot where we first saw it, and it was in the large hoppy rat thing form when it bounced beside me on my way home that night 2 weeks later. My sister was petrified and says she will never forget that and how it looked. She described it identically to how I saw it. So I guess it followed us home. Maybe, I don't know, but it freaks me the heck out. That's my story. Believe it or not, it's true. We don't know what all is hiding out there in the world. But whatever that was, me and 4 other people have now witnessed it. Be safe, especially out in the mountains and the wilderness. Thankfully, the thing wasn't aggressive so far, but it certainly looked like it could do some damage if it wanted to. Take heed to the unknown. Eyes of the Forest, from Soul Solo Soul. It was early spring of 2016. I had just turned 24 years old. My friend and I just reached our main spot to camp, Black Canyon Rim campgrounds, just outside of Payson, Arizona. We'd usually travel out here 2 or 3 times each year. It has some incredible views, and it's only a couple of hours away from the city. For the most part, this area was pretty secluded. A privately owned convenience store rested a few miles away, with a small town 20 miles before that. The entrance was on a dirt road, directly off the highway, with the campground sign at the start of the road, marking local wildlife, any fire hazards, and general news relevant to camping folk. The pathing is mostly linear, with maybe one fork, spanning several miles. We once traveled down the dirt road to see how far it would take us. One of the paths would take you to another highway entrance, with a ranger's tower halfway there. The other path led to a dead end. An abandoned cabin can be found on this path, a few miles in, mostly hidden off in the distance behind some larger foliage. The snow had mostly cleared up at this point, leaving crisp air, a slight chill, and fauna becoming active again. We'd usually spot some wild horses, several deer, and tons of little critters whenever we'd come out this way. It really was the perfect time of year for a relaxing trip to get away from the city for a few days. We got in around 4 p.m. on a Tuesday. That was late for us, as we'd usually try to make it out there by noon at the latest. This trip was pretty spontaneous. We both had work during the coming weekend, and decided to just go for it. The sun was setting fast, and we still hadn't picked out our spot to camp. There were maybe 2 other groups, both families, parked somewhat close to the entrance, only a few hundred yards away from the highway. This time around, we just wanted to get away from humans for a while. Customer service jobs will do that to you. We drove down the dirt road, past our usual spot, and finally picked the perfect area. A small clearing, just hanging off the edge of a hill. The whole valley could be seen from this area, with a beautiful sunset. This would have been our main spot from then on, if the next night's incident never happened. Anyway, we agreed to get a campfire going, and would just avoid building a tent this trip. We didn't have much time to do so anyway, and her car wasn't that uncomfortable. I would sleep in the back seat and she'd take the passenger seat. With the windows slightly ajar, we'd have a few blankets for each of us, and would soon fall into an unrivaled slumber. The following day went fairly uneventful. We just decompressed. I had this strange feeling throughout the day, though, like we were being watched. There was the sound of crunching leaves just out of sight every few hours, but I figured it was just the local wildlife doing its thing. My friend didn't notice anything unusual, so I didn't dwell on it. Night fell, and the feeling still hadn't gone away. My friend must have felt something too, though she didn't vocalize it. I saw her take some of her sleeping pills. On our camping trips, she didn't usually need to take them. The nature's ambience was enough to put anyone to sleep, I thought. It was nearing 1 a.m. My friend dozed off in the passenger seat, while I attempted to wind down in the back. I leaned against the side window, behind the passenger seat, legs outstretched to the car's back door. The window opposite of me was rolled down slightly, with a cold breeze flowing in. I had been on my phone scrolling through Facebook or whatever, when I heard something outside. A few crunches of the fallen leaves, several paces outside the car. I whispered to my friend, "Did you hear that?" But she was already out. I put my phone down and listened intently for a minute or 2. Nothing. It must have been a small animal, curious of our camp, I thought. I went back to my phone, scrolling through social media. About 10 minutes had passed when I heard it again. Crunch, right outside the door. I lowered my phone. My eyes took a moment to adjust from the light of the phone into the deep dark of the woods. As I turned the phone away from my face, the backlight illuminated the window above my feet. To this day, I can't get the image out of my head. 2 dirty, scabbed hands held on to the window, the fingers wrapped inside the car. The nails were long, gun-capped, and dark. Behind the window, a silhouette of a face was pressed up against it. The breath would create condensation every few seconds. All I could make out were the reflection of those empty black eyes. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It felt like eternity, the staring contest between me and this thing. Thoughts were repeating incessantly in my head. Why haven't they run away when they saw I noticed them? What were they planning? Was this the face of death? After probably 10 seconds of not doing anything, the hand slowly unclinched the window and receded into the darkness. The condensation on the window dispersed. Another couple of seconds passed before I heard the dreaded crunch, crunch, crunch melodically fading into the distance. I still just sat there. What in the world just happened? Why didn't I do anything? Why am I still not doing anything? With that thought, my body shot into adrenaline. I pounded on my friend's seat, waking her up from her slumber into a dizzy confusion. I unlatched and kicked open the back door and took a moment to scan the area. Whoever they were, whatever it was gone. I scrambled to pick up any important camping supplies we left outside and just crammed everything into the back seat and trunk, periodically looking over my shoulder, listening for those footsteps. I slammed the back door shut, and there they were, a grim reminder of the horror that had happened. 2 handprints imprinted on the window. I quickly wiped them off the window in a panic, a reaction to erase the event, I guess. I jumped into the front seat, started the car, and floored it out of there. My friend, finally coming to, asked me what the heck I was doing. "We have to go," I said. "There's someone out there." I didn't see whatever or whoever it was while fleeing the scene. Speeding down the dirt road, my friend insisted I slow down, and I eventually did. We reached the highway, and I proceeded to drive 20 or so miles before we reached a Denny's, where my friend asked for us to stop at to eat, and to have me explain everything. The nightmares subsided a few months later. My embarrassment continues to this day for the state of shock I was in at the time. Everybody says you either have a fight or flight instinct, and I'm now confused whether I have either of those. I mean, I just sat there, and I did nothing. I frequently tend to ask myself who was out there. Was it another camper messing with us? Was it a resident of the abandoned cabin down the dirt road? Or maybe it was something more paranormal residing in that forest, watching lone, vulnerable campers as they drift off to dreamland. We'd still go camping there in the years ahead, but never too far from the highway. Whatever it was, I hope that's the last I've seen of it. Bigfoot in Utah, from Anonymous. Last summer, I went camping in the high Uinta Mountains with my 2 brothers-in-law and my father-in-law. Due to COVID, and my wife and I recently having a baby, it was the first time I'd really gotten out in a long time. I'd recently purchased a new, well, to me, Toyota Land Cruiser, and a new hammock, and wanted to test them out camping. I don't want to give specifics to where I was camping, as it's a bit of a family secret. However, let's say it's remote. It's about 2.5 hours of a drive from where I live in the valley. Once we arrived at our campsite, we unpacked our gear. We were in an area with mature pine trees and aspens. It's beautiful, and a cool 65 degrees or so in the summer. There was still runoff from all the melting snow, and my new vehicle was super muddy, which I didn't mind. We circled our vehicles around the camp to give us a little bit of privacy. Not that we were planning on seeing anyone anyway. I decided to set up my hammock from the top of my Toyota and attach it to an adjacent tree. It was so high, I needed to climb up onto the vehicle just to get in my hammock. I like to set it super high, as sometimes it slides down the tree while you're sleeping, and you end up with your back rubbing on some bushes or rocks. My hammock was probably a good 6.5 feet in the air. I insulated my hammock, as it usually gets cold out at night. I also stuffed my sleeping bag in there. Once I finished with my bed, I began getting the fire ready. I'd finished before the rest of my family had. I got a fire going in no time, and began to roast some hot dogs when the rest of my family came to relax with me. My father-in-law had accidentally cut himself with the axe while cutting wood, and actually drove himself back into town to get some stitches. We expected him to come back, but we weren't sure how long that would be exactly. Despite that incident, we had a nice night in the camp. It was relatively bright outside due to it being a full moon. You don't realize how much a full moon can light up those woods. It's crazy. As we were getting ready for bed, without my father-in-law, a white Silverado pulled up. A park ranger got out and approached us. He was friendly. He wanted to know if we'd seen anyone else since we had set up camp. We told him he was the only person we'd seen for miles. He let us know that a camp a couple of miles away had reported a homeless man going through their stuff and throwing things at them. The ranger was trying to find him. Not only that, but it's pretty rugged terrain and it's possible he could get hurt out here. We told him we'd keep our eyes peeled and didn't think much of it. Besides, we were in bear and moose country, and I had my .45-70 lever-action rifle in my Toyota. That should take down any animal in North America. I felt pretty secure. Not only that, but I had camped in these mountains my entire life and had experienced all of the wildlife, including a bull moose charge and a friendly visit with a bear who tried to take some fish I'd caught. Anyway, we all climbed into our hammocks. As I lay in my hammock, I could make out where my two brothers were sleeping fairly well due to the full moon. I heard one of them snoring almost right away. It wasn't long before I drifted to sleep too, enjoying the sounds of the wind through the trees and the rocking of my hammock. I awoke in the middle of the night because I felt something hit me. I searched my hammock and found what it was. It was a pine cone. One end of my hammock was attached to a pine tree after all, so I fell back asleep. But then a second pine cone hit me. This time it hit my back. Since I was in my hammock, I could feel it pretty easily. At this point, I was suspicious that my brothers-in-law were playing a prank on me. I peeked out of my hammock and found both of them sleeping in their hammocks. I looked the other direction away from camp into the woods, but I didn't see anything. I was a little bit spooked as I thought about what the park ranger mentioned earlier. I jumped out of my hammock and opened the door to my vehicle to get my rifle. I was gonna cuddle it tonight, just in case. I honestly felt stupid that I was that scared, but I figured it wouldn't hurt anyway. At this point, I also realized my father-in-law wasn't back yet. This made me a little worried that maybe he just went home instead of driving all the way back out here. Or maybe he got stuck in the mud. I considered waking my brothers up, but decided against it. I still heard one of them snoring. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, this time with my rifle, and tried to go back to sleep. I would drift off only to hear a noise that made my heart stop. What was it? Was it branches breaking, footsteps, or just the wind? I made a mental note that I didn't really want to sleep overnight in a hammock again. Next time I'd bring a tent. It seems at least slightly more secure. Just then, I noticed headlights coming up the trail, and the distinct sound of my father-in-law's Jeep Cherokee in 4-wheel drive. He'd made it back. When he got out of the vehicle, he walked right up to my hammock, not expecting me to be awake. I greeted him and asked how the hospital was. But he seemed panicked. He told me when he pulled up to camp he noticed what he thought was a man in a ghillie suit creeping away from the camp. He knew I had a tendency to put on my ghillie suit and prank them, so he was checking to see if it was me. But he was freaked out to find it wasn't me this time or any of his sons. I felt a chill, and I thought about the pine cones and the sounds I'd heard that I brushed off. We were worried it was the homeless man. Was he crazy, homicidal, or just liked messing with people? Well, we made it through the night unscathed and without further incident. But I didn't really sleep much after that. We stopped at the ranger station the next morning and found the same park ranger there finishing his shift. We told him the homeless man had found his way over to us, and he was wearing a ghillie suit. The park ranger's blood left his face, and I thought that was weird. It was just a homeless dude after all, right? What's the big deal? Well, at this point it had dawned on me that perhaps it wasn't a homeless man at all. Rather, a Bigfoot. The Uintas are teeming with legends of Bigfoot, and the legendary Skinwalker Ranch isn't super far from where we were. Strangely, the ranger didn't have much to say after that. I didn't tell my father-in-law what I thought, as he had mentioned to me a while earlier that he doesn't believe in Bigfoot and thinks it's foolish. So I didn't want to look dumb, but to me, it really seems rather Bigfooty. Pagan Sasquatch, from Alice the Slug Queen. I was cherry-picking with a couple of friends. We'll jokingly call them Ben and Jerry. It was the summer of 2015. One night, in between moving to another orchard, we chose to camp somewhere to take a break from the work. We walked into a little-known park in the forest at sunset, so we didn't have much time to find a camping spot. Off the path, we found a nice forested area with an opening in the trees, where the others could fit their tents. There was a couple who joined me and my two friends. Ben and Jerry both offered that I could sleep in their tents, but to avoid any awkwardness, I said I was fine with just my sleeping bag, especially since I didn't notice any bugs around either. That night we made a little fire along the creekside on the rocks, cooked some canned foods, and drank a little bit of wine. The moonlight was so bright that we didn't even need a fire to see clearly. We walked back into the forest just several meters away and went to sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke up slowly from what sounded like footsteps of a large animal walking down the rocky creekside, closer and closer. The steps got so loud that I started to fear the size of this animal. At this point, I was fully awake. The rocks around there were pretty large, so this thing had to be massive to make those sounds. I assumed it was a bear, and that I'd be okay. Hopefully he would just sniff me and leave, but then I turned over and realized I'd left all my food just sitting out, like the carefree hippie I was. Imagining the bear getting that close to me, I started to panic. I was terrified. At this point, I could hear this animal walking off the rocks and onto the dirt path into the forest where we were camped, just meters away from my feet. I could hear it right freaking there. The moon was bright enough I would have been able to see it if I looked up, as where I lay was directly in line with the path from the forest to the creek. I was ready to run. I thought if I continued to lay here, I'm sure it would hear my heartbeat with the amount of fear I felt. I lifted my head and saw nothing but the moonlight reflecting from the creek. I stuck to the plan and I ran over to Jerry's tent. I screamed for him to help me unzip the tent. I was so freaked out. I cried and we heard nothing out there. Why did I see nothing, I wondered. It should have been right there. I heard it walk for so long enough to know it was not a dream. In the morning, my friends found no footprints and didn't believe my story. They said I was dreaming, but I know me. I know what I heard. A dream? Bullcrap. The summer after that, Ben and I were hanging out. I told him I could not stop thinking about that night. I felt drawn to go there again. I wanted to know what I heard and what I should have saw. We drove there one day in the summer of 2016, and before walking into the same forest part that we camped in last year, I told him, I feel like there's something more to this place. We're going to see something else. In the dirt pathway from the creek to our old campsite, exactly where I believed I would have seen the animal, where it sounded like it should have been, there was a large rock with the symbol perhaps burnt into it. I was amazed. I turned around to tell Ben, but I saw him focused on rock formations that I walked past without noticing, all in the area where we'd been camping that one night. They were shaped in huge circles and lines. There were also weird little half-dome structures made of sticks all around us, built against the trees. I told Ben I needed to walk in the other area of the forest where we hadn't been. I felt there was something over there. While walking through, I stopped and got a wave of fear. I felt as if we were being watched. We got through the path to another opening in the forest and saw many more little half-dome structures everywhere. There was a rope tied horizontally from one tree to another, with several strings hanging vertically from it, with wire-wrapped stones, and some with dangling bones. On the tree next to this was a long string hanging from a branch of a bag of bones wrapped in gold silk. I touched it before seeing the bones poking out. That was the point that me and Ben both said we need to leave. We both believed we were being watched. We were so intrigued by what we saw we went back a week later, but I brought my friend Wiz, who practices paganism. He was curious because of a photo of the same symbol on the rock that I showed him. He said it means a symbol of protection. We got to the camping spot and saw the rock formations had changed since the week before. There were now rose petals covering the ground. We were there for only a few moments before a swarm of mosquitoes thickened the air. It was something I've never seen before. I couldn't help but think we were what someone was trying to protect this area from. I'll never forget the intuition that drove me to that place and led me through it. I'll never forget the sounds of the footsteps of that thing. I know someone else is just as drawn to that place as I am. I don't know if I'll ever understand what really happened. I recently watched the horror film, The Ritual, and inside the house they sleep in that terrifies the characters were the same symbols I saw in that forest. Algi's protection, meaning divine protection, sanctuary, and Othala ancestral, meaning inherited property, genetics. My friend believes in the possibility of this animal being a Sasquatch. Stories have told that these creatures have powers to reveal themselves if they choose to or not. That was the weirdest experience I've ever had, that I'm open to any possible ideas. The Creature in the Meadow, from Lady Vader 23. When I was a teenager, I spent every summer at a girls' camp. For a number of those years, the organization I went with picked this campsite that was infested with critters. My dad was a scoutmaster, so I've done enough camping to know that I normally didn't encounter as many critters as I did at this place, and every year I always came away with an interesting encounter story to tell my friends and family. During my junior year, our assigned group was given a campground on the very far end of the massive campground. It made getting to and from the mess hall really annoying, especially in the morning, when we had to be up and at breakfast at 7 a.m. Every day as we walked up the grassy path to the mess hall, huge swarms of grasshoppers would flee ahead of our footsteps. I was pretty sure there were snakes in the grass too, since we'd found snakes in the area before. So I was always telling the other girls with me to watch their step. The day before our particular encounter, we had an activity out in this big meadow at the very front of the camp. It was the only time we'd ever used that meadow, and being the curious person I was, and still am, I spent my time paying less attention to whatever we were doing and more on my surroundings. The field had long, tall grass up to my waist in some areas, and it was completely surrounded by woods and unused campgrounds. There were no human fixtures set up in the field, so no lighting, no sound systems, nothing. Later that night, while we were sitting at the campground, enjoying the fire, one of our camp counselors approached me and a few other older girls. "Hey, Melissa needs to take her nightly medication. Can you take her up to the nurse's office to get it?" Melissa was one of the first years, and it was camp policy that we not go up to the nurse's office alone at night. This was because it was up by the mess hall, which was by the beginning of the entire camp, and there was no one else in that area at night except the on-duty nurse. Therefore, it gets extremely dark up there at night. "Yeah, sure, no problem," I said, grabbing my flashlight. I asked Jessica, one of the other girls my age, to come with us, and all three of us went. We headed up the road, heading towards the grassy path that would take us directly up to the nurse's station. On the way, we passed multiple campgrounds full of other people. With the light of fires, pavilions, and our flashlights, it was well lit most of the way. But by the time we got to the grassy path that would take us to where we needed to go, it was pitch dark again. We stopped at the foot of the path, shining our lights in the tall grass. "You know, this path kind of looks creepy at night," Melissa pointed out, coming closer to my side as though I could somehow protect her. I remembered all the creepy animals I'd seen in the grass that surrounded the path, and I did not like the idea of stepping on something and getting attacked. After all, I'd had enough animal experiences at this campground to be worried. So I replied, "Yeah, there might be an animal or something in that grass. I'd rather not get bitten tonight. Maybe we should just follow the road." The road was definitely the long way around. There were no other campers camping next to the road, so it would be pretty dark, but at least the path would be clear for us to see anything in our flashlights. At least, that was my reasoning. And perhaps it was because I was older, perhaps it was because I had camping experience, or perhaps I just sounded like I knew what I was doing. But Melissa and Jessica both agreed to my plan. I wish they hadn't listened to me. We didn't know it yet, but I had made an incredibly stupid mistake. We headed down the path. At first, it wasn't too bad. We could still hear people behind us talking and laughing and singing camp songs. But the longer we walked, the darker it became. Even the light from our flashlights seemed to grow dim, as if the night were trying to swallow it up. It was as we grew closer to the bend in the road that we all started to feel a growing dread. We had passed the last empty campsite, and though we could now see the nurse's station lights up at the top of the hill, down at the bottom where we were, we felt as if the darkness had wrapped us in its arms, beckoning us off the road, where it would lead us into the meadow from earlier in the day. "I don't like this," Jessica said. "Somehow that meadow feels way creepier in the dark than it did in the morning." "Do you think there's dangerous animals down there?" Melissa whispered. "The worst we'd run into is coyotes, and unless we have a small dog with us, they're not going to want to come near us." I tried to reassure them. "We're almost there anyway." "Yeah, but then we gotta go back," Jessica pointed out. Though I didn't admit it, she had a point. I wasn't looking forward to the return journey. We got Melissa to the nurse's station without further incident. When we explained the creepy feeling we got down by the meadow to the nurse, she gave us a funny look and asked, "Why didn't you just use the shortcut?" "Because there's animals that bite in that grass. I don't want to get bitten," I explained. The nurse shrugged. Then once Melissa finished, she sent us back on our way. For a moment, as we faced the road back towards the meadow, we hesitated. "Are you sure we should go this way?" Melissa asked. "Do you want to get bitten?" Jessica countered, and that was it. We linked arms as though that would give us more protection against whatever was out there, and we headed down the path. It seemed to get darker a lot quicker heading down the hill towards the meadow than walking away from it. With it, that foreboding feeling grew stronger, until we were moving so slowly we were inching forward. "Something's not right," I finally whispered. "Maybe we should turn around and take our chances with the other path," Melissa suggested. There was sheer terror in her voice. "If something truly is out here with us," I pointed out, "I'm not sure showing it our backs is the best idea." "Well, if it's an animal, we should make noise to scare it away. Let's sing some camp songs. That'll scare it," Jessica said. And frankly, camp songs are terrible and would scare away any sane person. Why not an animal? So as we continued down the path, we began to sing, making as much noise as possible. As we drew closer to the bend where we would be closest to the meadow, it happened. Our flashlights, all 3 of them, somehow went out. Our singing was cut short as pure primal terror caused us to suck in our breaths. We frantically began trying to turn the flashlights back on, wondering why they all shut off at the same time. Then Jessica said, What is that?" My body froze. I didn't want to look, even as Melissa gasped, indicating that she'd seen whatever it was Jessica had seen. Maybe if I didn't look, it wouldn't be real. Maybe I'd wake up back at camp and... I looked. The meadow lay stretched before us, and for the first time that night we could see it. A light slowly stretched from the east side of the field to the west, illuminating an unearthly fog until it encompassed the entire thing. Aliens? I wondered incredulously. I'd specifically taken in every detail of that field that day, and I knew there were no lighting fixtures whatsoever that could pull that off. But even as we watched, a shadow appeared in the light, hovering. At first we thought it was a deer, a buck actually. We could see its horns, but as it moved, it didn't quite move normally. Not like a deer should. It seemed almost like it was gliding. Then, as we stared in complete horror, it stood up on 2 legs. Then, as if someone flipped off a light switch, the light was gone, and we were in total blackness. Melissa was sobbing. Did you see? Did you?" Jessica's scream whispered. I was still staring. My brain was screaming at my body to run, but I couldn't just leave the girls here to deal with whatever that was on their own. Jessica shook me. "Did you see?" "Yeah," I finally managed through a tight throat. I was terrified that we were drawing whatever it was towards us, and with our flashlights out, it was too dark to even see our deaths coming. "We need to go, now." "Do you think we should scare it off?" Melissa sounded like she wanted us to tell her this thing behaved like a normal animal, but Jessica and I were certain we were past that point. "No, we need to get back to camp as fast as possible," I hissed, pulling on Jessica's arm. "But what if running makes it attack?" Jessica asked. "Then we speed walk." And that's what we did. We started speed walking. None of us bothered to try to get our lights back on. We just needed to get out. But even as we walked, that feeling that something was following us grew with every step, until finally, we stopped caring what it would do. We needed to get back to populated camps immediately. Without even talking it over, we broke into a run. I'm not a fast runner, but as I ran, I kept imagining that thing at our heels. I imagined claws, teeth biting into the back of my neck, and though I was the one who was supposed to make sure Melissa got back safely, I ended up outrunning both of them, even as my lungs burned and I felt as if I was breathing in ash. Just before the first populated campground, we saw a shadow appear in the road in front of us. Melissa and Jessica began screaming, but I kept running at it. For one stupid moment, I was ready to fight whoever was in front of us. We were going to get back to camp or die trying, I decided. But as I got closer, I saw they had a flashlight. They were human. In fact, they were from our group. "There you are," they said, looking at us as if we were crazy. We'd stopped in front of them, huffing and puffing. "You took so long, I was sent to go look for you." "There's something in the meadow," I wheezed. Does your flashlight work?" They frowned at me and held up their obviously working flashlight. Yeah?" Good. Ours stopped. We need to get back now." They didn't argue, and as we headed back, Melissa, Jessica, and I each recounted what we'd seen. When we got back to camp, we told our counselors the same thing, yet they didn't believe us. It sounded crazy. It was crazy. And when we were told we had overactive imaginations, I stared at our counselor, dead in the eye, and said, "All three of us have the exact same story. We were screaming as we ran back towards populated campgrounds. That doesn't sound like an overactive imagination to me." This didn't change their mind, of course. A few other campers believed us, but after that, we didn't dare go down that road at night. To this day, I'm not completely sure what it was. I know what I saw. I know it was real. There's no logical explanation for what happened. Though I do still go camping, I always make sure to warn those I'm with. We're not alone. There's something out there, and it's watching, waiting for its moment to strike. Survivalist Running Scared, from RoboGirl99. My brother during high school was obsessed with becoming a survivalist. He never missed an episode of Man vs. Wild. He had this big plan to go to the Boulder Outdoor Survival School after graduation, located in southern Utah. They offered a 28-day course on the wilderness survival experience. He turned 19 right after graduation, and as a gift for his birthday and graduation combined, our parents decided to pay for his tuition. He came home 20 pounds lighter and full of confidence. He said his experience had opened his eyes to a new world. Afterwards, he would plan regular survivalist trips on his own or with a friend when he had free time from school, as he had started college that fall. It was on one of these trips that he found that there were more things out there to survive than simply the elements and nature. My brother's name is Micah, and this is his story, from his point of view. I had asked my friend Zane to go on a 3-day excursion, hiking up in Olympic National Park in Washington. It was mid-November and already going to be cold. We were on our fall break from school and were looking for some excitement. I took every chance I had to show off my survival skills to friends. I'd been on several weekend trips since school started. I tried to find a new destination every time, just to heighten the adventure. We left on a Friday afternoon just after our last class before break began. I would rather have started early. We were too excited to wait. It was a 2-hour drive to the park, and by the time we got there, it was around 2 p.m. We unloaded our packs and headed out. The weather was misty and cold, but we were dressed for the occasion. We walked until maybe an hour before sunset, not getting but a couple of hours into the trip. We found a place under a giant spruce tree where we could quickly build a makeshift shelter. Now, in this particular area, there was no camping allowed, so we had to get a little ways off of the trail to stay out of trouble. I had packed my basic survival backpack with everything we would need for a few days. Since Zane was a newbie, I went ahead and brought a few snacks and extra other things to ease his way into his first experience. After we finished with the shelter, I pulled out my flint fire starter and set to making a fire, which I should have done first because it was getting really dark. Luckily, I was getting pretty good at it, and I had it done pretty quick. We settled in and got warm around the fire, eating some snacks. We had got there too late to scavenge or hunt for food, but we'd have plenty of time for that the next day, so we decided to call it a night. We would just get an early start in the morning. Shortly after curling up in our sleeping bags, and just as we drifted off to sleep, we heard banging coming from a little deeper inside the forest. It startled us both, so we sat straight up. It sounded like someone banging tree limbs together or up against a tree. After listening for a bit, we decided it was probably a couple of elk bucks going at it over a female. I'd never actually heard that before, so it was just a guess. I'd never been scared to be out in the wilderness, so I never imagined anything unnatural. The weird thing was that it went on for hours, and surely that couldn't be normal. This didn't occur to me until the next day. So, completely at ease, we both bundled back up and went to sleep. I'm not sure what time it was when we heard a noise so loud that we both came right out of our sleeping bags. The noise sounded like a bear, but more of a howl. I knew that black bears were common here, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they sound like. We could tell at this point sunrise was maybe an hour away, so we waited a bit until light began slowly breaking through the trees and began to pack up. We made our way back to the main trail, then we were on our way. We didn't hear anything strange all day. We made it to what I believe was the Grey Wolf River. It was such a nice spot, and once again it was off the main trail a ways, so we decided to call it a day. We set to work making a new shelter, but wanted to wait on the fire until later, to not draw attention to our campsite. Fishing was next on the agenda, but we didn't even have time to get our gear ready, because things got pretty wild right about then. I was squatting down getting some things out of my pack, when something went flying over my head and splashed right into the water. I stood right up and looked at Zane. He was looking at me with a puzzled expression on his face. A few seconds later, another object flies past his head, only barely missing him. It looked like a rock, but who would be throwing rocks at us? Suddenly, we hear that same roar-like howl from the night before, but it was so much closer. I yelled in the direction of the sound, telling whoever it was they better knock it off. I lied and told them I had a gun and wasn't afraid to use it. That was followed by the sound of someone or something very large running through the woods around us, stopping just at the other end of our campsite. Now, I don't scare easily, but just as the running stopped, we caught wind of this stink that smelled like a skunk spray mixed with crap. It was totally quiet for a moment, and then the roar came again, closer than last time. We scanned the forest and our gaze froze on a figure too large to be a man. They were standing upright on two legs. It was either really muscular or covered in hair, or both. It was a little foggy, and that made it hard to see details. Our first instinct was to try and scare it away, whatever it was. So we started grabbing rocks or whatever we could find, throwing them in its direction, while yelling at the top of our lungs. I breathed a sigh of relief as it backed slowly into the forest, but strangely, it didn't seem to be startled by our threats. I'm not scared of things I understand, but this was different. I suddenly decided that it might be time to grab our things and get the heck out of there. We were packed up in what felt like seconds. We headed straight to the main trail, back the way we had came. It only took us 5 hours to get back out of the park, but for the first 4 hours, we could hear that thing following us, banging trees, making its threatening sounds. I refuse to give up on my love for the outdoors, and I'm still planning several survivalist adventures, but I will make sure I'm armed before I go back. If you're ever out there hiking the trails, you should probably make sure to stay on the trail and not venture off. After all, it may not be safe out there. My fortress of safety saved my life. From Captain Fallout 28, from the Truth Is Here subreddit. I like to think of myself as a professional survivalist, because I've been researching and collecting things for a major crisis since I was a kid. I remember my 13th birthday, I asked my parents for an emergency survival bag. I got it too. It was a brown canvas backpack that came loaded with everything to last 3 days for 4 people. It also had a first aid kit, a fire starting source, and multiple light sources. Later on, I started adding tools to my collection, and then a rainwater collection system. That was the beginning of a kind of lifestyle for me. I'm not paranoid exactly. It's more like a hobby that makes me feel secure. I have friends and family members who laugh at me and make jokes at my expense, but I know they'll come looking when the apocalypse happens, but most of them will not find me. I'm 28 now, and a few years ago I bought some land. I'd been looking for a while and finally found 12 acres with an old abandoned house that had a basement. I've spent most weekends since the purchase turning the basement into a fallout shelter. Take note that I do not give my name or location. Luckily, my wife is a fellow prepper too. We're kinda like Bert and Heather Gunner from the movie Tremors, but a lot less uptight. That is one of my favorites, by the way. I could go on and on about the fortress of protection we've built together, but that isn't what this is about. So, back to the story. A few weeks ago, I began installing a ventilation system, one that keeps the air clean and breathable by cleaning the air that comes in from outside. I was really preoccupied with my work, so I didn't notice that I'd left the main entry door open, which I try not to do, so no one can hear me working or wander up on me and discover our location. I was drawn from my work by the sound of my wife's voice calling for me, which is when I realized I'd left the door open. I didn't even bother to check the security cameras, which was one of the first installs, because I recognized my wife's voice. I made my way to her, wondering what she was even doing here, as she was supposed to be working late tonight. I made my way upstairs, and while climbing, I heard her voice again. I walked through the shell of the old house out onto the front porch. I looked around, but I didn't see her or her Jeep. I thought maybe I'd been hearing things, but just in case, I yelled her name a few times. When she didn't yell back, I decided just to be safe, I would walk a lap around the perimeter of the house. Just as I made my way back around to the front of the house, I caught a glimmer of something in the moonlight next to where the tree line ended by the field in front of the house. I was instantly on guard, worried that someone may have just discovered our secret fortress. I reached for my hip where I usually carry my pistol, and suddenly remembered that in my hurry to get started, I'd forgotten it. I guess I would just have to talk my way through this one. I look back at whoever was out there and I yell, "Hello," asking who's there. It was just silence, until I realized it wasn't a someone, but a something, when it snorted and a small cloud of steam rose up into the moonlight. A second later, it took a step forward, and the moonlight caught its eyes the way headlights catch a deer or cats. Its eyes were a glowing yellow, and what I thought might have been branches from a tree turned out to be horns, not antlers, but more like what you would see on the head of a steer. I was starting to take note of several other things. It was unusually tall. From that distance, I'm not sure, but maybe 2 feet taller than myself, and I stand 6 foot even. Last I took note that what I had assumed was a coat was the hair covering this thing's body. I would have gotten more detail, but this thing took another step and dropped down on all fours and headed straight for me. I ran like I have never run before, back into the house and to the shelter entrance, almost falling down the stairs while trying to lock the door behind me. I barely had the door secured when something amazingly strong and heavy began banging on it. I was scared for a minute that it would cave the door in. I shouldn't have doubted that though, because I put that door there and I made it to withstand just about anything. After what seemed like an eternity, but was only maybe a minute, this thing finally stopped, and it got quiet. I remembered my security cameras then, and I decided to go look and see if it would catch anything. Would you believe that I actually watched this thing walk right on out the front door, but the camera doesn't have a recorder, so I know what I'm installing next. I'm not sure what it was, but I am sure that it wasn't my imagination. And I'm also sure that it left huge scrapes and a few dents on the shelter door. One other thing that I'm sure of is that I have no doubts that my fortress of safety saved my life once, and may very well save it again. So, you want to be a YouTuber? From Country 1989. I bring you this story of an event that changed mine and my friend's view of the woods. It happened years ago. We were interested in survivalist nature. You know, man versus nature. See how to survive in unseen situations. Here's a quick rundown of the gang. Mike is a VA therapist, and Tessa, his dog, is the cure to his magical treatment upon numerous returning war vets, which is how we both met. I'm a double-tour Afghan Marine vet myself. As for Butch, he's a unique character. He's 5'2", Italian, and highlights everyone's day with how he used to be a powerlifter, but he never made it out of his mother's basement. On to the story. We all planned a location and gathered our gear. We had originally planned going up north in Michigan. I mean way up north. But funny enough, Butch's mom needed him back in a few days to help her set up bingo. So we decided the west side of Cadillac, Michigan would do. We replanned our route and made our way. Once we arrived, we knew it was pretty late. We were going to need to hike in before it turned full blackout, so we bagged up our gear and hit the trail. I noticed along the way Mike kept having to nudge Tessa to quit getting so close to him. She was kind of acting like she was scared of something. I shrugged it off, mostly because Tessa was a retired war dog. Allegedly, she came from the 101st Airborne, and from what I was told, had 2 confirmed takedowns. But I'm not sure how much of that is true. so we figured maybe she was in a clingy mood. We reached a good location to bed down for the night. We set up camp and began foraging for wood and other supplies. Butch was the mule and carried a majority of the gear, so I stayed and helped him. Mike and Tessa went on looking for dead wood. Butch and I set up and talked a bit about what we wanted to shoot the next day. Butch jokingly said, "Dig me a foxhole and I'll sleep in it." I laughed, like he had ever slept in one in the first place, I thought. It was starting to get dark out when Mike got back with the firewood. He looked annoyed and extremely agitated. We asked him what took so long. He said with a huff, "It was Tessa." Halfway out, she would nudge him every time he bent over to get a piece of wood, or she would randomly start growling at the brush or trees. Butch asked if there was anything weird out there, but Mike answered with a no. There was absolutely nothing he could see that was out of the ordinary. I looked over at Tessa. She was sitting next to Mike, constantly looking back at the dark woods, sometimes moving her head only to look at Mike. Once again, I didn't pay much more mind to her. We had dinner cooking in the pot, and were just gabbing about ideas and dirty jokes and whatnot. We finished dinner shortly after, so we began to wind down for the night. Once again, I looked over at Tessa. I noticed she was looking in the same spot as before, not to mention she didn't even touch her food yet. Weird, I thought. Suddenly, she got up and was looking at something I couldn't see. For me, it was just too dark, but she was following something with her head. Unexpectedly, a tree came falling down and landed perfectly in place on the fire we had built. We all sprung up to our feet, in confusion and panic for a moment about what happened. Luckily, Mike and I both have rifles, and Butch has, well, pepper spray. Butch isn't a big gun fan. We watched in that direction of the woods, expecting something to come forward, but it didn't. We then heard a loud and deep yelp from the east, and one more from the north of us. Then, in an instant, something grabbed hold of the tent and dragged it away into the woods. All we saw was a massive blur in the dying firelight. Then the other tent was ripped and dragged off too, and yet somehow we still hadn't seen who or what was doing this. While this is going on, the yelps and yelling are continuing in the woods around us, until it all stops. Off in the distance, we saw 3 tall figures break the tree line. They casually came closer to us, but never drew close enough to the fire, as if they were scared of it, or they didn't want to be seen. Then again, there wasn't much fire left burning at this point. Whoever they were tall, massively muscular, and each one had a different color in its eyes. One was blue, another red, and the last had a glow of orange. Then they all roared at us at once. We were so horrified, we ran back to the truck. We made it back in one piece and got in. Mike fired it up and flipped on the headlights. I kid you not, we saw 3 of the things 5 feet from the front of the truck. One of them covered its eyes with its arms to shield them from the light. The others yelped and roared. These definitely weren't people. They were creatures covered in reddish-brown fur, each one nearing 8 feet tall. Mike floored it in reverse, and we made it out of there, silent and shocked all the way back. In the end, our survivalist YouTube career futures retired immediately. At least for a while, I did not want to go back out there. The Hansel Road Survival, from Silver Bullet 54. The outdoors is a place to test man against nature. You have troopers who call themselves survivalists. They'll boast that they've seen everything. However, I highly doubt they'll admit to seeing something they can't explain. A creepy roadside encounter makes this fact all the more chilling. In 2016, my best friend Grant had a cousin visiting from out of state. His cousin, Bradley, was a so-called survival expert. He always regaled Grant with stories about his fallout shelter, underground bunker, and safe house in the case of the collapse of civilization. He also tried to impress me by retelling a story that I believe is fabricated, as it involves escaping a pack of wolves in Colorado. One day I heard him and figured he was retelling another farce until I heard the phrase, "Woods of Hansel Road." I walked over and said, "You've been to Hansel Road in Doylestown? Near Sawmill Run?" He nodded smugly and said, "I stared down the red lights of the ghost." Grant's glance told me that, like Bradley and I, he knew the legend of the road. "Can you take us there?" a girl named Carly asked him. "No, girls get scared easily, but I'll take Grant and Justin." He said we would do a 3-day survival journey. We had sleeping bags, food, drinks, and some other miscellaneous items. As he drove, Grant told us all about the lights of Hansel Road. Plenty have seen them, but no one knows who or what it really is. Even a Pennsylvanian like myself didn't have a guess. Bradley said it was eyes, red eyes that belonged to a demon. My own previous experience with what I think was a demon in New York made me really hope it wasn't one. Grant postulated it was some kind of wild animal or spirit. Again, I didn't know what to think, but I was intrigued. When we stopped, we saw that there was a power outage. "Great. The lights hate company," Bradley said. We camped out in the pickup truck Grant had driven over in. Bradley had the back seat while Grant and I were in the truck's bed. Nothing happened at first, but soon enough, something very creepy occurred and ended up being a double whammy. On day 3, Grant asked me if I had been awakened the previous night at 4 a.m. I told him I slept like a log. When he said that was bad, I asked why. "I saw the lights," he whispered. "Red?" I asked. "Red and green," he replied. "Maybe as tall as Brad." Brad was about 6 feet tall, and I don't even reach 5'8", so hearing that freaked me out. "What should we do?" Brad asked when he heard us discussing the lights. "Maybe we should cut it and run," I suggested. Bradley shook his head and said, "Okay, now let's get an answer from someone who isn't a wimp." Grant added, "Maybe we could try to fight back." A man happened to drive by with his window down and replied, "Fight the lights of this road. Good luck. I've seen 'em before, it ain't corporeal." That night, Grant and I were in the back seat and Bradley was in the bed. At midnight, he let out a shout and dove into the truck. Bradley was pale and trembling and told us, "Get me out of here." "The lights?" I asked. "Worse." When we got back, Bradley handed us a small piece of paper he said he found sitting in the bed of the truck. It had just 4 words on it. "You can't kill this." Bradley continues to do survival challenges in other states, but he admitted that one thing he'll never survive is another night on Hansel Road. Camping Trip from Catherine C.C. A few months ago, my best friend invited me to go on a camping trip with her family. I obviously said yes, knowing that her brother would be there. I had and still have a huge crush on him. I packed up my stuff and said goodbye to my family. Then they picked me up. The trip was only for the weekend, but a lot can happen in 2 days. We went to a campsite that was an hour away from our town. The sun was setting by the time we got there. Now, this campsite was very popular and had a bunch of people in different parts of the woods, all of whom seemed very friendly and private. We got our tents set up, and I luckily shared a tent with my friend and her brother. This was around September, so it was freezing at night. There was a bathroom, but we would have to walk to it, which would take about 15 minutes there and back. I very stupidly did not come prepared for the cold at all. All I had was a pair of sort of fuzzy pants and a short-sleeved shirt as my PJs. I know, very dumb. Anyway, every time I had to go to the bathroom or my friend had to go, we would have to go together. One night I woke up around 1 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom. It was around 24 degrees, which was really bad for me. I really didn't want to walk to the bathroom for 15 minutes in that kind of cold. I considered doing my business outside the tent, but I was scared that someone would wake up and see me doing it. I pretty much had no choice, so I decided to walk to the bathroom. I looked at my friend. She looked so comfy and warm, so I decided to go alone. Another very, very stupid decision for me. I wrapped my friend's super fuzzy blanket around me, put my shoes on, and walked out of the tent. The second I went outside, I felt like an icicle. My face felt numb. I shook it off and started walking. It was so dark I could barely see anything, and I started to feel scared. I was about 8 minutes into walking, so I couldn't just turn back now. I walked for a little bit more until I heard a twig snap on the very left of me. I shot my head over and held up my lantern to see if it was just a person. But there was no one there. I brushed it off and thought maybe it was an animal. I kept walking until suddenly I heard leaves crunching behind me. I stopped and I turned around, and the crunching stopped too. Shakily, I held up my lantern again to see if I was being followed. There was no one in sight. I tried walking again, but I heard leaves crunching once more. My heart was racing, and I started to run as fast as I could. I could hear something running behind me, after me. Luckily for me, I was fast enough, as I could soon see the lights of the bathroom. I've never been so happy to see a bathroom in my life. I ran inside, shutting the door behind me and locking it. I was breathing so hard, I was terrified. I walked over to the mirror to look at my face. My cheeks were so red. I looked down, and through the mirror, I could see a person's foot in one of the stalls. I froze. I stared at the bare foot, covered in cuts and bruises and dirt. It was so pale and skinny, almost inhumanly so. There was so much dirt under the toenails, it just looked gross. At that moment, I didn't know what to do. Slowly, I tried to approach the door, to leave, when I heard a woman's voice speak.
What are you doing in the woods at this time, my dear?
I couldn't breathe or speak. I think I was in shock or something, because I literally couldn't do anything. The woman then said,
Let us play a game, shall we?
I looked to the stall to see the horrid, ugly foot take a step forward.
Let's play. Would you rather, my child?
The stall clicked open. My throat closed. I quite literally couldn't breathe.
Would you rather die in the woods or die right here?
My body suddenly activated. I opened the door and ran so fast. I was racing through the trees. I lost my shoes and my feet were getting shredded by the branches and the thorns, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get back to the tent. I'm not sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, but I heard that woman laughing very subtly. I finally saw my tent, and I opened the zipper and pounced inside. My heart felt as if it was going to explode. My friend and her brother stayed fast asleep, but I could not sleep that night, nor the night after. That was the scariest night of my life, and that definitely wasn't human. Something in the Rain, from J. Alvarez. I live in New England. I'm 46 years old. My wife, kids, and myself are used to going camping in our travel trailer. The travel trailer is 40 feet long and weighs 7,800 pounds. I own a Ford F-350, which I use to pull the heavy trailer. My stepdaughter is in the military and lives in Colorado. For a few years, she's been begging me to come visit her at her new home she bought by herself. I told her I was proud of her for that accomplishment, so she wanted me to visit. I'm in the private security sector, with little to no vacation available. However, in June 2020, my wife and I planned the long trip to Colorado, driving and pulling the trailer to go see my stepdaughter. We took our time enjoying the trip, which was uneventful until we got to 8 hours from our destination. I took Route 96, a very long straight road with only fields on both sides. A couple of minutes on that route, it began to rain so heavily, it was hard to see where I was going. I had taken a nap hours before, so I decided to drive all night while my wife and children were all asleep. At around 3 a.m., I passed an entrance to a farm. I noticed there was something standing in front of the gate. Because of the rain and the speed I was going, I didn't see what exactly it was. I was going around 50 to 55 miles per hour. While driving, because I was pulling the trailer, I was taking a look at the rearview mirrors every so often, when I thought I saw something behind the trailer. At first, I said to myself it must be the heavy rain. When I went to look again, it was no longer there. As I was changing my view from the mirror to the front, there it was, this deer-like thing. It was gray in color, patches of fur missing. Its head seemed to be partially crushed, eyeballs completely white, and it was missing its skin around its mouth. I can clearly see rain dripping inside the thing. And though it looked dead, it was running right next to me. It turned its head in my direction and opened its mouth. That's when I switched on the high beams, and its eyes glowed bright. You see, ever since I was a little kid, I was always able to keep calm, no matter what the situation was. But at that moment, I felt like my heart was beating too hard. I pressed the throttle to the floor. I found myself going 75 miles per hour in heavy rain, pulling a 7,800-pound trailer. My wife woke up with the loud whistling of my truck's turbo and asked if everything was okay. I said, "Yes, honey. Go back to sleep." I didn't want her or the children seeing this thing. After a few minutes, I could see on my GPS that there was upcoming train tracks, so I slowed down and the thing was no longer there. I kept an eye on the mirrors the rest of the way, but the thing never came back. When we arrived at my stepdaughter's house, my wife said that she had been dreaming of deer. I looked at her and jokingly said, "Are we seeing animals now?" We started to laugh. I didn't want to say anything because to go back home, we would need to take the same route. On the way back, I made sure to pass that route during daytime, and nothing happened. What the heck was it? I know what I saw, but I know it doesn't make sense. I wish I knew what it was. Lifelong Camper from Amanda J. I've camped all my life. I know many people say this, but I took my first trip when I was only 1 month old with my parents and my big sister, so it is very much true in my case. I know the southeast of British Columbia like the back of my hand. Now, I've never been afraid to wander in the dark or to hear odd noises outside my tent. Why would I be afraid of my own backyard? With this in mind, it still gives me shivers to think about what happened when I was camping with my family in late August when I was 11 years old. We always camped in the same area. It was like home to me. So when my sister asked me to accompany her on one final bathroom break before bed, I didn't hesitate. We grabbed our torches and set off down a trail where my sister ducked behind a tree. After a few moments of waiting, something caught my gaze. Eyes. 2 eyes reflected in the indirect light of my torch, just looking at me from a patch of undergrowth about 30 feet away from where my sister and I were. I immediately thought it was a curious black bear. The area was rich in berries and such, so bears were both natural and common. I kept my light by my side so I wouldn't startle the creature, but I wasn't comfortable having it so close either. I said out loud, "Go on. Get going now." To my 11-year-old ears, this sounded like a very stern voice indeed. That's when the creature stood up on 2 legs. Again, this was something bears could do, so it didn't worry me. Yet, when it continued to look at me over its shoulder as it walked away on 2 legs, I knew it was time to leave. It's funny. I don't recall feeling particularly afraid, only out of place, as though I was in the presence of something I was not supposed to see. Creature at Kint's Lake, Utah, from Gallows Calibrator. This happened at Fish Lake National Forest in Utah. There are 3 Kint's Lakes: Upper Kint's Lake, and Lower Kint's Lake. This happened in the middle one. I am no stranger to the paranormal and unknown. I've seen many unexplained occurrences, and I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. But this is a different story. I was camping at the lake with my father and younger sister. It was less than a month ago as of writing this, so the events are still fresh in my mind. Now, we often do go camping, but usually we camp closer to home in Southern California. This campsite was a bit more secluded than we were used to. We often camped with our neighbors as well, whom I get along with. But they were not with us on this trip. After an 8-hour drive to the campsite, my sister and I were starting to argue a lot. The lake was beautiful. We saw a lot of chipmunks, squirrels, and fish, as well as some elk and deer and cows. We even spotted 2 golden eagles. The beauty of the nature there that surrounded us lulled me into a false sense of security. After a particularly nasty fight with my sister, I went off exploring in an attempt to calm myself down. I've struggled with anger issues in the past, something I'm working with my therapist to get better at. I crossed the lake angrily, unaware of my surroundings. I got to the floodgate on the other side of the lake, and I was about to head into the forest when suddenly everything felt wrong. I felt as if someone was there with me, and they didn't want me around. There were no animals or bugs in sight, which was very strange. I contemplated turning back, or at least going back to camp to get a radio, so I could call for help if I needed to. But then I remembered how mad I was at my sister, and as the fury grew again in my mind, the doubt practically disappeared. It seems my anger blinds me from any sense of dread or self-preservation. Still, as I trudged into the thickly wooded forest, I felt myself constantly checking for my throwing knives on my belt, as if somehow they'd disappeared. Eventually, as I kept walking and the feeling got worse, I pulled out one of the knives from its place on my hip. As I gripped the hilt, I wondered how much damage such a small knife could really do. I continued going through, not letting the fear stop me. As I walked through the forest, it was dead silent. Not in the way that a silence fell over the forest, but that I was the only one making a sound since I left the shore of the lake. This, too, was concerning, but I brushed it off, saying my loud footsteps probably scared all the animals away. I came across a gross smell. I stopped in my tracks and I looked around. I could see nothing. Not until I glanced down. A few inches away from my left foot was a dead squirrel. Gross, but still not out of the ordinary. I had to wonder, though, why there were no flies swarming around the dead body. I carefully stepped around it, feeling kind of sad but continuing on. About 10 minutes later, I decided to take a break. I had asthma, and it was getting hard for me to breathe. As I sat still, now completely silent, the woods were too. It was as if someone had just stopped time. I began to feel nauseous, and I thought heading back might be a good idea. I looked over at the seemingly empty forest ahead of me. I noticed a hawk feather. I thought this was really interesting, so I walked over to pick it up. And then I noticed another, and another. There were a lot of these feathers, and then there was the corpse of a hawk. Now I was starting to get really freaked out. I grabbed my knife again, and I booked it out of there. I was almost running, but not quite, because I was in a thickly forested hill. I was almost to the shoreline. I could see it, but then I heard something. The snapping of a branch. The first other sound I'd heard since entering those trees. I froze, then built up courage to turn around slowly. It may have been a deer or elk, but there, sitting on the forest floor, was this thing. I've no idea what it was, but it was dark like a shadow. Its limbs were almost undefined, but they were long and thin. It crawled on 4 legs almost like a giant bug, but quadrupedal. It had white, almost glowing eyes. Those eyes were full of hatred. This thing was big, arms almost as long as my entire body. It seemed to have no facial features besides eyes, no nose or mouth. But it had hands with 5 fingers and filthy blood-stained claws. I ran as fast as I could. I ran out to the shore, too terrified to look back. My lungs were burning, but I didn't stop running until I got back to our campsite. Still, that thing followed me to the tree line, but I don't think it went any further. But it followed me long enough to grab my ankle, and as I yanked my foot back, my boots were splashed with blood, and I got a nasty scratch on my ankle to prove it. When I made it back, I didn't tell my dad or sister, in fear that they would not believe my story. Instead, I told them that I'd fallen, and that's how I'd gotten the injury. I have no idea what I saw, but I know it wanted me dead, just like that squirrel and that hawk. I've tried to research it, but I really have no idea where to start. All I know is that I'm never going back to Fish Lake National Forest ever again. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.